evening, Cerritos residents and members of our community and friends of our community. I would like to call to order the Monday, March 9, 2026, 7 o'clock p.m. City Council Successor Agency regular meeting. The invocation will be given by Mike Ballantyne, chaplain of the Cerritos Sheriff Station of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And the pledge will be led by Cerritos Youth Basketball League Girls Elementary Intermediate Division Team, The Storm. So please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Chaplain Mike Ballantyne.
Thank you, Mayor. Pray with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather here again tonight in service to the community of Cerritos. Thank you for this city, its families, its neighborhoods, its businesses, and the many people who work each day to make it safe and a thriving place for us to live. Lord, we ask for your guidance over the mayor and the members of the city council, city leaders, staff, and consider the matters before them tonight, that you would give them that wisdom. Grant them the wisdom to make their decisions with integrity in their leadership and with humility as they serve the people who have entrusted them with this responsibility. We pray for the unity in this room. The conversation would be marked by respect, patience, and genuine desire to seek the good for the whole community. Father, we also lift up those who serve and protect our city each day, our law enforcement, our firefighters, our first responders and public servants. Strengthen them, protect them, and bless them and their families. We support them. May your peace guide this meeting, and may the decisions made here today contribute to the continued strength, safety, and well-being for the people of Cerritos. We ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And we also have, with the Storm, we also have the Rookie 3 Division Team, the Lakers. So come on down, Storm and Lakers.
We have 2 teams for you tonight, Mayor.
Yes, Coach. The Storm and the Lakers.
Okay, guys.
My name is Maya.
No, say ready, begin.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Storm and Lakers, thank you so much for doing the Pledge of Allegiance for us here at the City Council, Cerritos City Council meeting. Can you please tell us each of your names and what grade in school you go to?
My name is Maya, and I'm in TK, and my school is Nixon Academy. My name is Nixon, and my school name, and I go to TK, and my school name is Nixon Academy.
You're Nixon and you go to Nixon. All right.
My name is Kenzo Jenkins, and I go to Nixon, and my grade is TK.
My name is Angelica, and I go, and I'm in TK, and I go to Nixon Academy.
My name is Joseph Lightshine, and my grade is TK, and I go to Nixon Academy. My name is Elias, and I go to kindergarten at Whitman Warriors.
My name's Abby. I I'm in 5th grade and I go to Nixon Academy.
My name is Sophia. I'm in 6th grade and I go to Bragg Elementary.
My name is Mia. I'm in 6th grade and I go to Calvary Chapel.
Thank you, Storm and Lakers. What's the coaches? What's your names, please?
Yeah, hi, I'm Matthew Sanchez.
Hello, I'm Mark Lychai. My kids go to Nixon, so I handpicked this team. you could tell, but my assistant coach and I run the Watchdog program at Nixon Academy, a wonderful program that helps us spend time with all our kids.
Thank you, Coach Matt, Coach Mark, and Coach Matthew. Could we please take a photo over here? And could you join us, Chaplain? Please, Chaplain, join us. City Council colleagues, let's please take a photo with the Storm and the Lakers and Chaplain Ballantyne. All right. Okay. You see it? You can see everybody, right?
Yep. Everyone see me? Yep. We're good. All right. Take 5 photos. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Good to see you again, this time with your son. Good to see you, always.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Always. Good to see you. I know the WhatsApp.
Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call?
Council and Agency Member Hong.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Polito.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Say.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Johnson.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Yokuyama.
Here. The next item is 5A presentations. Islands Restaurant Business Spotlight. Founded in 1982, Islands Restaurant is a Southern California casual dining restaurant brand inspired by the region's coastal culture and relaxed dining traditions, emphasizing an island-themed atmosphere and made-to-order American cuisine. The menu features a variety of burgers, fresh-cut fries, tacos, salads, and tropical beverages. With locations throughout California and Arizona, Islands Restaurant Cerritos is located within the Cerritos Town Center and serves residents and visitors as a neighborhood dining destination, including our Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. Beyond its restaurant operations, Islands Restaurant Cerritos maintains active engagement within the community. Islands Restaurant staff participates in events hosted by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Cerritos Station and supports youth-focused initiatives at the Cerritos Library through its Golden Pineapple Awards. Through its continued service and community involvement, Islands Restaurant Cerritos reflects a strong commitment to the city of Cerritos. Islands Restaurant Cerritos is located at 12751 Town Center Drive in Cerritos. Now, I ask that you direct your attention to the screens as staff has prepared a brief video showcasing Islands Restaurant as the evening's business spotlight.
Welcome to Cerritos Islands. So Islands is a fast dine-in restaurant. We are a combination of a dine-in and a bar. We serve a variety of different burgers, salads, and tacos, and we also have different types of beverages. So we are located in the Cerritos Town Center. Our company started way back in May 1982. This particular location opened in the year of 2017. So we're close proximity to Sheraton Hotel and Cerritos Performing Arts Theater, and it benefits us because it brings a lot of business to our restaurant. What makes Islands unique is the hospitality that we provide our guests and also the delicious food that we serve as well. Our restaurant has about 51 tables. We have a bar area. We also have a beautiful patio area. We could accommodate big groups in here. We accept big reservations as well. And one thing that we're really big on is creating experience that brings guests back.
Okay, so is that Nico over there? All right, Nico, can you please, General Manager, can you please come on up? And for our business spotlight, I'm honored to recognize with a proclamation from the City of Cerritos and the Cerritos City Council, a proclamation recognizing our business spotlight, Islands Restaurant, Cerritos. And General Manager Nico, congratulations. So I'm going to give you this proclamation, but first, why don't you tell us who's here with you?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nero. I am the General Manager of Islands Restaurant in Cerritos. First and foremost, I would like to thank our distinguished City Council members, headed by our Mayor Yokoyama. And I'd like to thank also my team, who happened to be here as well. My manager, Luis, and Letty, who made this thing happen for us. I'd also like to thank our team members that worked tirelessly to make this thing happen. And yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everybody.
I just joined the team, and I'm glad to be here. It's a great recognition, so thank you for this. It means a lot.
This recognition means a lot to our team, so thank you guys so much for recognizing us. Truly, thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Nero. Thank you, Nero. So, again, business spotlight, you know, out of all of our business tonight, it's all about Islands Restaurant. Thank you for representing Islands Restaurant, Cerritos tonight. You guys are familiar faces. You serve our community. Thank you. Good to see you here in our chambers this time instead of at the restaurant. And City Council colleagues, can you join us for a group photo with our business spotlight, Islands Restaurant, Cerritos.
Join the perfect time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Continue to make you guys successful Islands. Thank you. Thanks, Nico. Okay, this is a very important month, Women's History Month. And the Cerritos City Council recognizes the month of March as Women's History Month to acknowledge the achievements of American women through the history of the United States. The National Women's History Alliance presented this year's theme as Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future. In dedication to the women in leadership who are creating a future rooted in equity, justice, and opportunity for all. I and the Cerritos City Council are honored to recognize tonight two leaders shaping our youth in our two awesome school districts, the Bellflower Unified School District and the ABC Unified School District serves and teaches our Cerritos youth, and our Cerritos families are a part of those two school districts. So first, can I please call up Olga Rios? The City Council recognizes Dr. Olga Rios as a dedicated educator and community leader committed to improving opportunities for students and families. As a board member and past president of the ABC Unified School District, she helps guide policies and initiatives that strengthen public education, support student success, and promote strong partnerships between schools and the community. Through her leadership and advocacy, she works to ensure that all students have access to high-quality educational experiences. In recognition of Women's History Month, Dr. Rios actively uplifts and supports women by mentoring aspiring leaders, celebrating the accomplishments of women in education, and encouraging young women to pursue leadership and service in their communities. Dr. Olga Rios' efforts showcase perseverance and dedication to the students and the families of Cerritos and to the surrounding communities as well. Thank you and congratulations, Dr. Olga Rios. And I'm so honored to present this proclamation to you from the City of Cerritos and the Cerritos City Council celebrating your leadership during Women's History Month. But first, I'm going to give you the microphone. If you could please tell us about your leadership, amongst other things, in the ABC School District, and who's here with you today.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Yokoyama, for this great honor. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the City of Cerritos and the Cerritos City Council. It truly is an honor to be here with you all. I am a longtime educator. I think this is my 27th year in education, and I've been on the school board for 8 years now. And it has been a privilege to serve the various cities that we serve through the ABC Unified School District, Cerritos being one of them. I think Women's History Month is a time for us to really celebrate the women who have paved the way, and also to create opportunities for those women, young women that are out there looking to us to continue to create ways for them to lead, to learn, and to prosper. So with me today, I'm proud is my son back there, Andres. A big reason of what I do, why I do what I do, is to see him have a thriving future. And my colleague is here supporting as well, Board Member Ernie Nishi, as well as other people watching from a distance. So hello, everyone. But again, I am truly honored and thankful for this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Olga Rios. And yes, we have a school board member and past president of the ABC Unified School District, Ernie Nishi. Thank you, Ernie, for being here. So, I present you with this proclamation, and Cerritos City Council colleagues, will you please join me for a group photo with Dr. Olga Rios? And do you want to call Andres? Andres, do you want to come or do you want to not come? What do you want to do?
Come on down, Andres.
Come down with your mom.
Photos for the city. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
For those of you who were here at the meeting last month when we celebrated Black History Month, you're gonna know why. You're gonna see the connection. So Olga's modest. She's also a future, I guess she is a proud USC mom, because Andres will be starting at USC in the fall to play baseball. So congratulations, Andres. Andres is a senior at GAR, our incredible, amazing GAR High School. I hope that's okay, Andres, that I told everybody about your accomplishments. But I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Okay. Will Renita Armstrong please come up? Hi, Fran. Stand right here in the middle and everybody look at you, okay? Renita Armstrong. The Cerritos City Council recognizes Bellflower Unified School District board member and past president, Renita Armstrong, for her efforts as an early childhood special education specialist with over 30 years of teaching and leadership experience, more than 20 years of continued PTA membership and school involvement, a history of volunteering in her church, as well as serving as an area director for the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. Ms. Armstrong is committed to serving others. She has served as treasurer for Los Angeles County Education Association and as the at-large for the California Teachers Association Southeastern area, representing human rights, women's advocacy, and LGBTQ plus advocacy groups. Renita Armstrong has a sincere passion for service and a mission for elevating others to aspire to their potential, with a strong desire to continue to represent and inform her community at large by stepping forward as a BUSD board member. She has partnered with the rest of the elected leadership to help steer the district toward the future that the mission statement invites us to build. These efforts showcase Ms. Renita Armstrong's passion and dedication to the students and families of the Bellflower Unified School District and to the Cerritos community. So thank you, Renita Armstrong. Congratulations. So can you please share with us about your leadership in celebration of Women's History Month and who is here with you today?
I want to thank you all, Cerritos City Council. I'm very honored. So what I've been doing lately, I find myself surrounded by other women leaders. And I'm talking like the LA supervisors, I'm talking Hilda Solis, I'm talking Janice Hahn, you know, those women, I'm talking Fiona Ma, I'm talking Betty Yee. All of these ladies I truly look up to. And it's given me the inspiration to continue in this way because we are lifting each other up. And we know that the young women out there are looking at us. And so we serve as a reminder to each other to hold steadfast and to serve without reservation and to provide those opportunities that our young women will need. So I have with me today, I have my brother, Dale, I have my uncle, Uncle Ben, and I have my auntie Jerry, and I have my colleague, former colleague, Laura out here, Laura Sanchez. She served with me on the Bellflower Unified School District. And I also have my daughter, Crystal. That's my oldest one. She snuck in here. I'm so glad you came, Crystal. Thank you so much. So anyway, that's my family. And she's only one of 5 children. So I have 5 children that have gone through the district. And I'm happy to say they're all successful. They're all in the medical field except for that last one. She's at the university wanting to study psychology. And I have to give kudos out to Dr. Rios because she was very much a part of my children's life growing up in Bellflower Unified. So I wanted to thank you for that also. And come on up. Uncle? Uncle doesn't like to take pictures. Brother and daughter.
Okay, so come on up, family, and Laura Sanchez, Bellflower Unified School District, school board member, retired. And yeah, what Renita was referring to is that Dr. Olga Rios was a principal in the Bellflower Unified School District not so long ago. And City Council colleagues, could you please join us for a photo with Women's History Month recipient, Renita Armstrong.
All of us powerful women.
Photos. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Thank you.
It's always when he's under. Always.
Good to see you too. How are you? Congratulations. Thanks so much. To your family. Congratulations. Most likely. Okay.
Hello, congratulations to Business Spotlight, Islands Restaurant Cerritos, and in celebration of Women's History Month, Dr. Olga Rios and Renita Armstrong, good friends of Cerritos, thank you. And I'm also going to take this moment to recognize that this is the City Council, this is the Cerritos City Council for the first time ever for this past year, we've had 3 incredible women leaders on the Cerritos City Council, that we have for the first time ever had a majority women Cerritos City Council. Congratulations. To Linda, Jennifer, and Sophia, thank you for being on the Cerritos City Council. Okay. Okay. Cerritos 70th anniversary logo. The next item, City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This year marks the city's 70th anniversary since incorporation in 1956. And in commemoration of this special milestone, our communications and marketing team has designed a new logo that will be on display in our various media sources throughout the year. This evening, we prepared a short video to help unveil that new logo. And following the video, Director of Administrative Services, Drew Schneider, will provide a brief description of the design.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll just make a few quick remarks here. Take a look. I'm incredibly proud of what the team has done here. Phil, who's here tonight taking photos, was the master architect of this design here. Is designed to evoke the classic nostalgia for our city's incredible history. As Mr. Lopez mentioned, we're marking on 70 years of history here. While there might be fewer cows walking down the streets today than we were at Dairy Valley, we continue to have a thriving community and are incredibly proud of the heritage. And we did also incorporate into the logo design our city seal or city mark, as we most often refer to it. So it has a nod to the past while being forward-looking, and we're very excited for the symbolism contained within as we look towards the city's next 70 years.
Thank you, Drew. Who did you say was the team that designed the 70th anniversary logo?
So Phil was our lead graphic designer on this project. You see here him at many of our city council meetings behind the camera, but he's also an incredibly talented graphic artist and put this together. And of course, the video itself was put together by Bill Petropoulos, who's behind door number 2 over there. And just the two of them working in collaboration under Scott's leadership, put this together with wonderful feedback from our front office as we look towards making sure we touch upon all the right points and evolve from our previous anniversary logos. You'll see this rolled out throughout the year, as Mr. Lopez mentioned, at the end of a lot of our videos, on a lot of our materials, and a few surprises along the way that I won't give away tonight.
Well, thank you to Bill, but thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil Canine, for putting together this wonderful, memorable 70th anniversary logo that we're going to be using all over the place the next couple of weeks and months in this, our 70th anniversary of the City of Cerritos, officially on April 24, 2026. Okay, anything else on this item? Okay. So I asked for council consensus. Given our wonderful attendance at tonight's meeting, I asked for council consensus to move up item 9A, Community Workforce Agreement.
Concur. I concur.
Okay, let's do item 9A.
Mr. Mayor, if I could have the floor. For this item, In accordance with the Levine Act, I am required to disclose contributions received by involved parties in the next agenda item, and also to recuse myself. I'm required, in accordance with the law, to to disclose the contributions I received and from what organizations. So at this time, I'd like to disclose, and these contributions are received from as a past candidate for the City Council and a current candidate for California State Assembly. So from the Los Angeles Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council and craft unions and district councils, listed as the LA County Building Trades in the amount of $11,800. From the Southern California District Council of Laborers, contribution of $11,000. From the electricians, IBEW Local 11, contributions of $2,500 and $7,500. From LIUNA, the Laborers Local 300, contribution of $11,800. From Laborers Local 1309, contributions in amount of $11,800 and $5,900. From the Operating Engineers Local 12, contribution of $3,000. From the Painters and Allied Trades District Council 36, a contribution of $1,000. From the Pipe Trades Local 250, a contribution of $1,000 and a contribution of $11,800. From the Sheet Metal Workers, Smart Local 105, contributions in amount of $1,500, $3,400, and $2,500. And from the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, a contribution of $2,500. So in the interest of full disclosure and transparency, the ethical and appropriate thing to do is for me to disclose these contributions and to recuse myself from the proceedings. I've been advised by our Madam City Attorney, and Madam City Attorney, if there's anything else that you'd like to share that I may have left out.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. You are correct that in accordance with SB 1439, which was enacted and became effective of January 1st, 2023, the Levine Act is now applicable to local agency officials that receive any amount of contribution in $500 or more to recuse themselves for any decision related to a license, permit, or approval of an agreement from which they received a contribution within the preceding 12 months. And so that is the appropriate action to recuse yourself from the proceedings. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Under item 9A, this comes back to the City Council based on prior City Council direction through consensus to negotiate an agreement for a community workforce agreement with the Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. Staff has worked with representatives of that group as well as additional signatories to present the agreement that's attached to the agenda report before you. The overview of this agreement will be given by Director of Public Works, Alvin Papa, and following his presentations, he and Ms. Lee and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. The item before you tonight is a proposed Community Workforce Agreement, or CWA, between the City of Cerritos, the Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, and the participating craft councils and local unions, including the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. Last May, the City Council directed staff to negotiate an agreement that would support local hiring while maintaining flexibility for the city's capital improvement program. Since June of last year, staff has been meeting with the representatives of the Trade Council to negotiate the terms of this agreement. After several months of discussions, the parties have reached a proposed agreement that is now before you for consideration. A CWA is a type of project labor agreement that establishes consistent labor standards and workforce development goals for certain public works construction projects. The proposed agreement would apply only to larger construction projects within the city's capital improvement program. More specifically, multi-trade projects estimated at $750,000 and single trade projects estimated at $250,000 or more. Routine maintenance work, professional services, specialty work, and projects with conflicting state or federal requirements are excluded. One of the key objectives of the agreement is to expand workforce opportunities connected to city projects. This agreement establishes a goal of approximately 30% local hire participation, subject to good faith efforts and legal compliance. Local hires include veterans, graduates of local educational institutions such as ABC Unified, Bellflower Unified, Cerritos College, and individuals who have completed recognized pre-apprenticeship training programs. The agreement also encourages participation in state-certified apprenticeship programs to support long-term workforce development. This agreement includes a tiered hiring structure that prioritizes Cerritos residents and local graduates first, followed by workers within a 15-mile radius, and then workers within a 50-mile radius. The intent is to ensure that opportunities connected to the city projects benefit the local community while still allowing contractors to draw from broader regional workforce when necessary. It is also important to note that the agreement does not set wage rates. Public works projects in California are already subject to prevailing wage laws, and those rates are established by the California Department of Industrial Relations. The agreement also includes labor stability provisions, including no strike and no lockout language, and structured dispute resolution procedures. These provisions are intended to help prevent work stoppages and reduce the risk of project delays. If the agreement is approved, staff intends to issue a request for proposals to retain a qualified consultant to serve as the program administrator. The consultant would assist with monitoring contractor reporting, verifying local hire and apprenticeship participation, coordinating with labor representatives and contractors, and preparing compliance summaries. These administrative costs would be budgeted within individual projects that are subject to the agreement. The agreement would have an initial term of 5 years and would apply to projects awarded during that period. The council would retain the ability to review the agreement prior to expiration and determine whether to extend, modify, or discontinue it. With that, staff recommends that the City Council review and discuss the information provided, approve the community workforce agreement, authorize the mayor to execute the agreement, and authorize the city manager to take the necessary steps to implement and administer the program. I do have one note before I close out. There is a minor discrepancy on page 33 of the staff report, which is also page 28 of the CWA. We had inadvertently input the city manager's name as the signatory on the document, when in fact it is actually the mayor. So if City Council approves the item tonight, prior to finalization of the contract and routing it for signature, that the correction will be made. And that concludes my verbal report. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report, Alvin Papa. Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Hong?
Yes, I have a few questions. I know all the, the pros about, how we have the contract with CWA. But I also have some question. Maybe our city manager or our staff can help me to understand more. My first question is, has staff analyzed how a community workforce agreement like this might affect project cost comparing with cities without CWAs?
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. So one item that we noted in the report in the fiscal impact section is that there are many factors that contribute to a cost of a project. various market conditions can affect the results of a bid as they come in. As was noted, we will go out to bid for any capital improvement program project as required by the state law, and present to the council recommendation for award contract to the lowest responsible bidder. An additional factor that will be included as a requirement of these bids, if this agreement is approved, is compliance with the terms of this agreement. But it's difficult to say at this point what those potential cost differences, if any, would be. We would know better after the agreement's been implemented, and we can do a comparison to prior Cerritos construction projects to future Cerritos construction projects.
So you don't have those comparing to other cities that they have this kind of contract or without?
We did present in the original report an analysis showing what other cities have entered into CWAs. I'll see if Mr. Papa has any insights into additional costs. But because there are many factors at play, it's difficult to determine what those differences could be.
Yes, we thank you, City Manager Lopez. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Hong. So we did do research and did look at a couple of agenda reports, but we found no concrete data, specifically relevant to City of Cerritos based on our size. We did see some data from larger cities. However, it's, as the city manager mentioned, it depends on project size. There's complexity, and depending on the size of your city and the structure, we don't have hard data. There are some soft numbers, but we did receive a study from the trades union where there was some research done that did not show significant increase, and that was a local study that during the negotiations they provided us some research that was provided.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. And my other question is, would this apply to all the city projects or only those above a certain dollar amount?
Yes, the agreement outlines specific thresholds, $750,000 minimum for a multi-trade project, so that would be any kind of building expansion, for example, and $250,000 for a single trade project. So projects that fall below those thresholds would not be subject to the requirements of this agreement, and then there are other exclusions that were mentioned as well, maintenance being one item.
Thank you, City Manager. Now also, the other one is, how does this impact non-union contractors who currently work with the cities right now?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Hong. So non-union contractors will still have the ability to bid on projects. However, they will have to abide by the terms of the CWA. So they will be able to hire their own workforce, but they will also have to coordinate with the union houses to be able to pull workers based on the 30% local hire threshold within the agreement.
Thank you, Alvin. And the last one is, do we have data from other cities showing whether CWAs increase or decrease project timelines?
I have not seen any data, and it's one of those things where every project is different and every project is complex, and so it's hard to do apples to apples comparison when it comes to cost and schedule and the impact of CWAs.
Thank you very much. The reason I'm asking is just I want to make sure our residents knows where our tax dollars payers, how we spend the money, and that's why I'm asking those questions. And thank you for City Manager and Alvin for answering those questions. Thank you.
Anything else, Councilmember Hong?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do you have any questions, Councilmember Say?
Yes, Mayor. Well, I understand the apple to apple, the project, how big and how small, so you can comparison that costs less or more. But overall, so this agreement increased cost of the CIP project, am I right? I mean, overall, it will be increased.
So as it was noted, it's difficult to tell until we actually go out to bid. One thing I will note, it was noted in the fiscal impact section of the report, is We will be going out to RFP for a separate third-party consultant to do labor compliance, to assure compliance with the terms of this agreement. We don't have the resources in-house to do that thorough review of things like payroll records and other information to ensure that the terms are met. So we will be coming back to the City Council for award of contract. Those services for particular projects will be added to our project cost, our project budget. And so whatever constraints result from the budget process, we would then design our work scope to match that assigned or allocated budget. We will know better after we go out to RFP for those services. Other past compliance services for a federally funded project that we participate in have been roughly 5% of project cost, but that can vary depending on the complexity of the projects.
We also pay the consultant too, right?
We would pay the consultant for their services to do the compliance review, yes.
I had a great opportunity, went to Carpenters, visit them, how they trained the staff was very professional. But however, that really bothers me, one thing, which is on the page 3. I first want to thank you, the staff, to work on this agreement. I do have some concern with establishing initial 5-year term. 5 year is kind of long commitment for a new agreement. And many cities prefer shorter terms so the council can evaluate performance, financial impact, and community benefit. A shorter initial term, which allows for accountability and flexibility when ensuring the program is meeting the expectations. For that reason, I would be more comfortable supporting a 1-year agreement with contingency extension options rather than commitment to 5 years upfront. I wish my colleague would support that. We're unsure what's the future going to be, the budget's going to be. We have to be concerned to spending our money for. And I do trust the Carpenter. I went there, as I said, but I think 5-year term is too much.
Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson.
Hi, maybe I can ask the question to Andrew Gonzalez, who's here tonight. Thank you, Andrew, for coming. And thank you to all of you from the Building and Trades for being here tonight. So my question, to follow up on Councilmember Say's question, is I'd like to understand why the proposed community workforce agreement is structured as a 5-year contract, and if it's standard industry term, and what are the advantages of that length?
Sure. Thank you for inviting me up here to speak on this item. Andrew Gonzalez, Los Angeles and Orange County's Building and Structured Trades Council. 5 years for the base level for a community workforce agreement. There's a number of reasons for that, number of which is apprenticeship programs take between 4 and 5 years to complete. So if we were to bring on, say, a Cerritos resident today to join one of our many apprenticeship programs, it would take them between 4 and 5 years to complete that program. Now, in order to invest in that, sort of the programs for that, our apprenticeship programs don't just take, unlike maybe a for-profit trade school or maybe colleges that has taken students and churn and burn. To be a registered apprenticeship program, you actually need to complete a number of hours in class, but also hours in the field to certify as a full nationally and state recognized registered apprenticeship program. In order to do that, we need to invest a significant amount of resources into our apprenticeships, inviting your residents, your students in to be a part of that, and then to train and be a part of that. Without that long-term commitment to that, it's really hard for our apprenticeship opportunities to really invest in your residents to make that a possibility, a reality. It's only because the term of which is so long to get someone through that point. But without the actual hours in the field, there's no way they could actually be a registered apprenticeship program in those terms. And that's why it's a 5-year term to start. And generally speaking, it's a kind of a starter time for us. And then in other cities, once we've gone past that 5 years, we've shown success, we expand upon that to 10 or even sometimes 25 years. Our agreement with the Long Beach Community College District, for instance, has shown great success, and we extended that program for 27 years. At the time, it was approved to 2041. So when you invest in your residents, you invest in these programs, you see returns, and we invest back in you and your residents.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if you have a question.
Yeah, I have another question, Council, if you don't mind. So, sorry, Mr. Gonzalez.
To Andrew?
Yeah, one more. So you're telling
too
me
soon.
the most common agreements of 5 years?
That is our base level
based on the
agreement.
project.
Yeah, base level is usually 5 years, traditionally. It's always been, that's like the floor at which we start an agreement. Like I said, many agreements go above and beyond that, 10, 15, even 25 years.
What if something happened?
Like,
work
for instance,
that we had agreement right now in here.
Sure.
Like the performers calling off or take off the last minute, no striking it. If something came out disagree among each other, what's going to happen?
so there's things within the agreement that kind of settle those matters. If there's a grievance or a dispute between certain individuals, there's actually language that says that is done separate from the thing. Your work continues, workers still go to work, but there's an orderly process to handle those things, including issues that happen between us and the city. Let's say we want to make sure we're getting certain kinds of residents to participate. Maybe we don't have the expertise to reach out to those residents. You know your community a whole lot better than we do. So we depend on your expertise to say, hey, here's an opportunity to reach out to some of our residents. We'll come together. It's called the JAC meeting. We come together, interested parties to make that occur. But all that has to be written within the full scope of the agreement.
Okay. So I'm just kind of find out.
Sure.
So you're saying that definitely mostly common with this kind of agreements are 5 years.
Yeah, for the first time we do an agreement with an agency or a city or a school district, it's 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew,
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor.
Anaheim, Santa Ana, Garden Grove, Buena Park. What was the initial term? And have you ever even done a 1-year contract with anybody?
Never done a 1-year agreement, ever. Initial contracts were always 5 years, and then on that we expand beyond that. The cities you mentioned there today, Santa Ana and Anaheim, we just renewed those recently for 10-year agreements.
Any other questions, Councilmember Say?
Can you state that your background as for today?
Oh, my background? Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, like the kids who came up before, you're here today. I'm a graduate of the University of Southern California, Phi Beta, degree in political science. Started my career in politics, public affairs, master's degree in public administration and public policy from The Ohio State University, OHIO. And I've been working in the labor movement for the past 20, 25 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilmember Say? Okay.
Oh, also veteran of the United States Army. Go Army, beat Navy.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
No, thank you, Andrew. I just now have a question for our city attorney.
Great,
But
thank
thank
you.
you for answering my question. Pam, real quick, SB 1439, can you just briefly explain what the cooling off period is for that, for accepting donations?
Yes, for under the Levine Act and SB 1439, a public official is not allowed to accept contribution within 12 months preceding any sort of decision that they are supposed to decide on. And it also requires a 12-month period after a decision is made that prohibits them from receiving any sort of contribution after that decision. And so it's a preceding 12-month as well as a proceeding 12-month period. The way they could cure is return the money after the decision is made in excess of the threshold amount of $500.
Thank you, Pam. That's all I have.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. And I do not have any questions, so we will now open for public comments. Thank you for your attendance at tonight's meeting. State law and our local rules do not support the use of profanity, hateful speech, or activity that disrupts the conduct of this city business meeting. If necessary, I will issue an initial warning and call for a recess to restore order. After that, the chamber may be cleared if disruption continues. The term disruption means any behavior that materially disrupts, disturbs, impedes, or delays the orderly progress of a public meeting, including but not limited to shouting, interrupting speakers, using threatening language, refusing to follow meeting rules, or causing a physical disruption. A disturbance or disruption also includes the definition under Government Code Section 54957.95. The following comments pertain to all public comment periods on tonight's agenda. I will open public comments at the appropriate times on the agenda. Please be prepared to approach the podium and begin your comments at the time you are called. Public comments should be directed to the City Council and made only from the podium during your turn. Please respect each speaker and refrain from any disruptive behavior or speech during your comment time or their comment time. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. And I will now open for item 9A, Community Workforce Agreement, public comments. So we first have Milo. Milo will be speaking, and then we have G. Iniguez, and then Andrew Gonzalez. So Milo, your public comment.
Good evening. I'm Milo, here with the Western State Carpenters. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Community Workforce Agreement helps guarantee that taxpayer-funded projects in Cerritos are built safely, efficiently, and with accountability. It also creates opportunities for local residents to enter good-paying careers in the skilled trades, strengthening our community for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Milo. G. Iniguez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Germán Iñiguez. I am a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I am here tonight with my brothers and sisters to share with your leadership that a community workforce agreement will help ensure that projects built in Cerritos are completed by highly trained union workers who meet the highest standard of safety, skill, and professionalism. Supporting this agreement means investing in quality local jobs, strong apprenticeship programs, and a skilled workforce that takes pride in building our community. We strongly urge all of you to support this agreement and continue strengthening Cerritos for the future of our children. Thank you for your hospitality and time. Thank you all.
Okay, so we'll have Andrew Gonzalez and then Howard Sachs.
Hello again, Andrew Gonzalez with the Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 14 trades, 48 local unions, and 160,000 men and women in the union construction industry. Here to speak in favor of item 9A, Community Workforce Agreement. I'm going to say this, that every worker who works deserves the benefits of union representation. Every one of your city workers not a part of management enjoys that your clerks, the people who work in the parks department, the maintenance crews that work in your thing, even your police and fire department have the benefit of union representation. The only ones not guaranteed that benefit are the people who build your facilities today. This community workforce agreement, after 70 years of city incorporation, finally rectifies that problem by providing workers who build those facilities the benefits of representation, which means, although you are paying the prevailing wage, it guarantees those prevailing wages to the workers here, and without spending another dollar more on labor costs. It also ensures that your products are built by the highest skilled and trained men and women, provided that we have these great apprenticeship programs that make that available to you. We also reach out into your communities to provide that for you as well. But most importantly to you, provide you an opportunity to provide local hire opportunities for your residents and local students, which you cannot do without this agreement. For all of these reasons, I urge you to vote in favor of tonight's Community Workforce Agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Howard Sachs, and then Jose.
I'm not speaking on 9A.
Your name's on there. So which one did you want to speak on,
Well,
sir?
I was speaking about Ivy Park.
Okay,
something
well,
completely-
we'll put with number 6, item number 6. Thank you, Mr. Sachs.
Okay, thank you.
Jose, and then Jay Gray, and then Donnie Sappington.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, and especially staff. First of all, I would like to do this, if I may. For all my brothers and sisters, can we please give them a round of applause for all their hard work and dedication of working and putting this CWA together, please. Secondly, I would like also like to say a lot of true key factors have been said today in regards to CWA and the true value of what it brings to local hire. As Mr. Papa just mentioned, the pre-apprenticeship programs that a lot of these schools, dozens of schools around this city has, it definitely brings value. I can speak on my personal experience with the carpenters back in the day, junior high school. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I wanted to grow up, but I had two options back in the day. They had ROP classes. I had to choose between woodwork or mechanics. I'm Hispanic. A lot of Hispanics, we know the basics on mechanics. I could do an oil change, brake, whatever, right? And now here I did the woodwork. I enjoyed what I did. Again, a lot of us do great things, magical things with our hands. And at the end of the day, 25 years later, that's how long I've been with this trade. It's changed my life. We're bringing opportunities for this, especially this new generation that many of us today don't know what we want to do in life. But it's changed a lot of our lives to our men and women in our trade. And we just want to have that opportunity, share that opportunity with you, so that way you can say, we did that. That individual, that male or female, have that opportunity to grow and become something. And it's about second chances in life. We make a lot of mistakes through our life, and a lot of the members in our trade and all trades have that second chance. And all they want to do is want to go back into society, go after that dream, that American dream, and have a home and a family, and that's what it's all about. Jobs, wages, and benefits to actually bring food to the table, to take care of our loved ones, and make a good, decent living. And when it comes down to that time to retire, well, I can enjoy and say I took pride of what I did, what I built, and what I've become today, and take pride of what I've done and retire with dignity. Thank you so much again, and thank you for everything you guys have done.
Thank you, Jose, Jay Gray, and then Donnie Sappington.
Jay Gray, Cerritos residents. So I'm a union member too, so no disrespect to my fellow brothers and sisters behind me here. However, transparency within the system, doing things right, nothing, shady, so to speak. Two council members, and I think Ms. Johnson kind of alluded to it by asking her question, had taken donations, my understanding. You can clarify if that's not true. And those two members were appointed as negotiators on the negotiating team. One member has recused himself from voting, but yet they were allowed on the negotiating team. I don't know if that's fair. I don't know if that's right. I don't know if it's ethical. So that's the question I have. Was that proper or not? Thank you.
Can I speak?
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Yes. I wasn't on the negotiating team, and Pam, if I'm correct, if there was a conflict, you would have informed me to recuse myself, correct?
Yes, it pertains to your contributions with respect to any that have been received within the 12-month period prior to this. And I do not believe you were on the negotiating team on this.
Yes. So for the record, I was not on the negotiating team, and also I did not receive any contributions 12 months prior or 12 months, or will not be receiving 12 months after. Thank you. Thanks, Jay, for bringing that up. He's recused himself. Who was on the negotiating team?
It was the two members were Jennifer Hong and Mayor Frank Yokoyama.
Okay, Donnie Sappington.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Donnie Sappington. I am a proud union member for the last 31 years of Local 105 Sheet Metal Workers. I am here in strong support tonight of the Community Workforce Agreement of the Cerritos City here. For more than 3 decades, I've seen firsthand what union construction delivers: skilled workers, world-class training, and projects built right the first time. Our apprentices and journeymen come through a state and federally recognized apprenticeship programs that set the gold standard for training in the construction industry. These programs don't leave young people with loan debt, yet they earn while they learn, graduate with skills, and step into a middle-class career that allows them to support their families. A community workforce agreement allows also ensures that people building this city have the training, accountability, and the protections that guarantee quality work for the taxpayers. When public dollars are invested, the community delivers with the highest standards of craftsmanship. This agreement also creates opportunities for local residents to build their own communities and keep those wages and economic benefits right here in the city of Cerritos. So tonight, this vote is more about it's more than construction projects. It's about investing in skilled workers, local families, and future workforce that will build and maintain this city for generations. Approve this agreement, and you not only build projects, but you're also building opportunities. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Donnie Sappington. Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Hong?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess we're the elected official by all the residents. And my and our council colleagues here all here for our residents. So my focusing is actually to, is very important, is to balance quality constructions and workforce training and fiscal responsibility to ensure efficient use of taxpayers' dollars while we are supporting fair labor practices. That's why I have those kind of questions, because our city is facing a budget, deficit situation. So every dollar, every penny is very important for us. Thank you.
Anything else? Councilmember Hong, anything else?
That would be it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Say.
For clarification here now, we just finished our elections within a year or less than a year. Because the question comes out is, the last elections, have we been endorsed by the union people financially or other thing? If we do, one of the members, they have to be excuses to vote. Am I right or wrong? I'm asking our attorney here.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question
Sure.
again?
The election just passed since the March, right? The finalizing, I believe, the middle of the March, right? And then sworn in is the May. So we're still within a year, am I right?
We are within a year. There may be other elections for which contributions may have been made, and those are also included as part of this decision-making process.
But, City Attorney, we're within a year of what?
There are other elections that have been completed or that will be coming up. And this pertains to all contributions, whether it's for a local election or a state election or any other type of election.
Yeah, but regarding the Cerritos City Council, that's all, it just matters regarding the 5 council members.
It is. But my understanding is that Councilmember Polito is also running for state assembly, and those
And he's recused himself.
Right.
So
Yeah, he excused himself.
Right.
But
so who is Councilmember Say's question about?
my question is among us in here, because I am the running the last.
Yeah, but your election was over a year ago. Did
So
you?
is
did
that
you,
right?
Did you
I
take?
wanna
did you take any donations that you have to disclose, like Councilmember Mark Polito did?
I did not. I did not get.
Okay,
those.
so I'm unclear what your question's about.
Do we have anyone? If we do have to be clear, now can I vote
It is
for
your
this decision?
responsibility as an elected official to notify the appropriate authorities, being the city attorney and any other official with respect to your campaign contributions. We are not privy to that information unless you provide that information.
Okay, understand that.
Well, let me, excuse me, Mayor. I guess I'm also the past election, but I didn't get any donation, Thank you. I do have their support, but I didn't have any donation. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions or comments,
No, I don't. I just
Councilmember
want to
Say?
make sure we made the right decision today. Thank you. That's it. That's it for me. Yeah.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't, but I'm ready to make a motion when it's appropriate.
Okay, I'll let you know. I am glad that we have this item before us tonight, and one thing that I appreciate so much is as a dad of a recent high school graduate, class of 2025, and from knowing my son and also my daughter who graduated from high school in 2021 and their friends, every one of our students has a different path to success and to the future and to growing into adulthood and raising a family and developing a career or a profession and living their life, and if they so choose, buying a house. And I'm so glad that this community workforce agreement gives the members of the unions who are a part of it something that will be, a win-win for them, and especially for the city of Cerritos and our residents, who will have safe, properly constructed, safely built projects in our Cerritos. And another thing that Mr. Gonzalez pointed out and reminded me is one thing that's been one thing that is a big reason that Cerritos is the fantastic city it is because of our hardworking City of Cerritos employees, and something that helps them be the great family of city employees that takes care of our city and our residents and our businesses is they are given support and lifted up by AFSCME Local 619 that helps make sure that those employees that take care of the city, that the city takes care of them. So what this CWA is doing is taking care of a different but just as important group of hardworking laborers, hardworking men and women who are going to be taking care of our city in a different way from the directly employed City of Cerritos employees. Something that just happened timely that showed me how important CWAs are to cities, to local communities, is the City of Cerritos is a member of the Gateway Cities Council of Government, and we have meetings every month, and we had our March meeting last Wednesday on March 4, and our meetings, we take care of important Gateway Cities Council of Government business, and we also provide important information and updates to the member cities. 27 Los Angeles County cities are members of the Gateway Cities Council of Government. And at our meeting last Wednesday, March 4, we had a presentation informing the representatives of the cities, mayors and council members of those 27 cities, informing us about the benefits to our cities of community workforce agreements. So it was such a timely coincidence that the 27 cities were being informed about why our cities should be considering, if we didn't already have one, we should be considering community workforce agreements to make our cities better and stronger. And at the conclusion of the presentation, when the council members and mayors of the cities were asking their questions and comments, the president of the Gateway Cities COG, Council Member Frank Garcia of Maywood, shared with all of us that he is a proud carpenter. And he owes it to the apprenticeships and opportunities he got in the trades to become a carpenter, to provide for himself and his family. And now he's leading his city of Maywood as a council member and leading the 27 cities, Gateway Cities Council of Government as the president. So, Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson, can I please call on you?
Yes, at this time, I'd like to move that we approve the CWA by and between the City of Cerritos and the Trades Council. And for purposes of memorializing this for the record, it would be then to approve staff recommendation of items 2, 3, and 4.
I'll second the motion. Let's vote.
The motion passes on a vote of 3-1 with one recusal.
Let's take a short break. And let's tell Councilmember Polito that he can come back in. Let's take a short break. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. For item 5C, I will defer to City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is consideration of City Council nominations for resident appointment for service on the city's advisory boards. There are currently vacancies on the city's newly established Senior Services Commission and the City Celebrations Committee. Applications for service are available on the city's website and in the office of the city clerk and will be accepted until all positions are filled. It is now recommended the City Council open public comment on this item and nominate individuals from the eligible pool of applicants to serve for the remainder of this term through April 30th, 2027 for open advisory board seats. Nominations are subject to the City Charter anti-nepotism law and majority approval of the City Council. The Council may also defer nominations to a future meeting date or provide alternate direction. For appointments made this evening, I will administer the oath of office to any appointees in attendance at the appropriate time. All may be sworn in simultaneously after nominations conclude. This would be at the discretion of the City Council. This concludes my report, and I am available to answer any questions the City Council may have.
Thank you, City Clerk Cindy Nava. Do we have any questions from the council?
Nomination?
No, I'm just asking for questions.
No, I have
right
no
now.
question.
Okay. I will now open for public comments on this item. 5C, advisory board appointments. Are there any speakers on this item? Advisory board appointments. Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the City Council have any nominations for appointment this evening?
I do,
Mayor
Mr.
Pro
Mayor.
Tem Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I would like to appoint Shiva Bhatt to the Senior Services Commission. And we'll vote on it. But Shiva has been serving on the City Celebrations Committee. I will have her step down from the City Celebrations Committee so that she can go on and serve on the Senior Services Commission. Need a second?
Second by Sophia.
Third. Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and a second by Councilmember Say. Let's vote on the nomination of Shiva Bhatt to the Senior Services Commission.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Congratulations, Shiva Bhatt. Are you going to be doing the oath of office now?
Oh,
And-
I have another nomination. Are we going to do together or later on?
Individual.
That would be at the City Council's discretion. If you would like to wait till the end and do them all together or individually, completely your call.
Okay, so we're going to do them individually. And so can you give the oath of office to Shiva Bhatt?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Johnson will be joining them.
She has one. She has one.
Does anybody want to stand on this side? Maybe Papa. Okay, finish. There you go, so it's balanced. You should get the tallest. Come closer. There you go.
Okay, if you will please raise your right hand and say aye and state your name.
I, Shiva Bhatt,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations.
Goes with it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
I need to, Ileana is here too. Ileana. Thank you, Ileana. Thank you for coming in. Hi, how are you? I'll stay right here.
Three more. City ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hong.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I'm so pleased to announce John K. Dawson as my Senior Services Commission. John and his wife Janice have been residents of Cerritos since 1972. John, would you please come to the podium, the stage?
Oh,
Yeah, you please.
you're nominating him, right?
Oh, I'm nominating
You're
you.
nominating him. I'll second that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
But I'd like to do some brief introduction
Okay.
before Yes, they are residents since 1972, raised 3 children who attended Cerritos Public Schools and who all graduate from Cerritos High School and USC. Very great, proud daddy. He served on the Left Freedom Ring committees, previously called the Left Freedom Ring committees, for 8 years, and also served on the Property Preservation Commission also for 8 years, being the chairperson from April 2017 to April 2018. He's a life member of the Friends of the Cerritos Library and have volunteered for all the used book sales, which has raised money for the library's summer reading program, as well as for purchasing computers for the library. He earned an AA degree from Pasadena City College, a BS degree in biological science from the University of Southern California, and the MS degree from Humboldt State University in oceanography. And he worked at USC from 1970 up to 1996 in environmental and oceanographic research, followed by Santa Ana United School District at the District Computer Center and retiring in 2012. He has marveled at the Senior Center here in Cerritos and has appreciated that the city has devoted such a facility to the betterment of the seniors in our city. And therefore, he's very excited that we have this new position, and he's willing and love to serve on the Senior Service Commission. Thank you, John, for coming over. And today we have his lovely wife, Janice, is here as well. And do you have other family members? Okay, thank you. Can we
Okay,
have the
a motion?
motion?
We have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
I'd like to make a motion to assign John K. Dawson as the Senior Services Commissioner.
Second.
I already seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank
Let's
you.
vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, John.
Thank you, Council.
So John and Jennifer, will you join the city clerk, and Janice, will you join the clerk for the oath?
I know you've done this before. I will ask you to say aye and state your name, and then I will read the full oath, and then you can say I do it. If you will please raise your right hand and say aye and state your name.
I, John Dawson,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I will.
May I also invited my my other appointee, Mike, as my safety committee, and then also the communities celebration committee vice chair, Tommy, to also congratulate and welcome John to join our team.
Take 3 photos. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I just have one with John?
Do you mind maybe to your right a little bit, just so we're a little more in the center? Alright, take 2 photos. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, John. Congratulations, John. Okay, Councilmember Say, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to nominate Cindy Yan Chen. Unfortunately, she's not here. She has another, it's a conflict scheduled with tonight. So Cindy Yan Chen has served 7.5 years as a planning commission, one-time chair. Also served 4 years at Park Recreation Commission. And her past experience is really strong on senior services. So that's why I appointed him today, asked my colleague to approve that. So I'll make a motion to ask my colleague to nominate my Cindy Yan Chen for Senior Service Commission.
I second.
Okay, I heard a second from Mark Polito. So it was moved by Sophia Say, seconded by Mark Polito for Cindy Yan Chen to be the appointed to the Senior Services Commission.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's vote.
Thank you.
The motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations. So, Councilmember Say and City Clerk, can you please contact Commissioner Cindy Yan Chen so that she can get, it's called Take the Oath, right?
Yes, will do.
So she could take the oath and join as Senior Services Commissioner of the City of Cerritos.
Thank you, Mayor.
Congratulations, Councilmember Say. Councilmember Mark Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I have 2 appointments to make tonight. I'd like to make those motions, and then after that, have them both sworn in. To the Senior Services Commission, I'd like to nominate Gurpal Singh Sood. Gurpal Singh Sood has been a resident of the City of Cerritos for over 37 years. He, along with his wife, have raised 2 boys and a girl who all attended schools in the Cerritos ABC Unified School District. Gurpal is a small business owner who owns multiple businesses, both in the cities of Cerritos as well as Artesia. Gurpal is a successful business broker and has helped several business owners in their pursuit of the American dream. Gurpal was formerly a professor in New Delhi University, India, teaching zoological science. I'd like to nominate him.
Second by Sophia.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Polito, seconded by Councilmember Say. Let's vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Gurpal. Congratulations.
And Gurpal, if you could come up, and then next up, Matthew Scamahorn. I'd like to nominate him to the City Celebrations Committee. Matthew Scamahorn has always called the City of Cerritos home. He attended Leal Elementary School, Tetzlaff Middle School, and Cerritos High School, graduating in 2018. And he attended UC San Diego, graduated summa cum laude in 2022 with a BA in Political Science. He graduated from the UC Irvine School of Law in 2025 and currently works as an employment attorney protecting the rights of workers. After having served on the Fine Arts and Historical Commission, Matthew is now excited for the opportunity to serve his community on the City Celebrations Committee. I nominate Matthew Scamahorn.
Second.
Thank you,
So
sir.
we have a motion from Mark Polito and a second by myself. Let's vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, Dean. Congratulations, Dean. You did it. Proud dad, proud papa.
Okay, I will ask you to say aye and state your name, and then I'll read the oath. Will you please say aye and state your name?
Gurpal Sood.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
I'm really honored to have you appointed. You'll do it. I will try.
This note. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Did anyone come with you? Okay, great. Paul, congratulations. Okay.
If you would please.
Would you like to join me?
Oh, yeah. I'll come up then.
Oh, yes.
Thank you for being here.
And if you would please raise your right hand and say aye and state your name.
I, Matthew Scamahorn,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Take a photo?
Yeah.
Three photos. Go, baby. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right. Congratulations. We're gonna do the picture. I'm proud of you. Thank you to you.
Okay, congratulations to all the new City of Cerritos commissioners and committee member. Thank you for committing to serve the City of Cerritos as an official of the City of Cerritos. We appreciate all of you for your contributions to the City of Cerritos and the residents and the businesses. Thank you. Item 6, public comment. And I already earlier stated the mayor's comments on decorum. So I will now open. Well, first I will say that agenda item 6, public comments, should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session, and items not listed on the agenda, but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the 6 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 6. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the office of the city clerk during regular business hours right here. This is the city clerk, Cindy Nava. I will now open for item 6, public comments. Okay, so first we have Curtis Forsyth and then Norma Williamson. Mr. Forsyth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Forsyth. Mr. Forsyth has requested an accommodation due to disability, so I will be allotting him 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I would like to start off by playing.
Unopened, sealed box of one of the vaccines. This is the package insert that is supposed to tell you everything you need to know about whatever you're putting into your body. All medications come with this. The difference is they usually come with something written inside of the package insert.
So this is a blanket package insert for the Kaiser Permanente vaccine for COVID-19. This document right here is a censorship industrial complex that was censoring the information that was truthful reporting during COVID-19. The complete list of where you could find the document will be here. This is kind of a streamlined version for you. On September 15th of 2021, you guys stated factual misinformation and things that could be proven right now. Right here, Kaiser Permanente stated that the main side effects would be trouble breathing, swelling, face and throat, vomiting, abdominal pain, and full rash. Here's over 8 months to a year of me trying to get informed consent and asking Kaiser Permanente for the vaccine inserts, which was denied by me on September 13th, 2021. When I went in to ask for my informed consent so I could make sure that my children were safe for vaccination, they called the police and said that I was not allowed to be at their facility asking that question. Now, here is a open violation of the Nuremberg Code where they caused a lottery for the vaccine, offering $1,000 to anyone who took the vaccine. That is a violation of the Nuremberg Code. Now, these are the side effects that were never listed in those papers that I just wrote or read to you. Right now, this is from Project Solace, a DoD document. The Delta variant is 80% vaccinated. 65% of the population is estimated at 60% of the COVID-19 hospitalizations occurred in the fully vaccinated individuals. This right here goes on to state Guillain-Barré syndrome, acute disseminated myelitis, transverse myelitis, encephalitis, myelitis, convulsions, seizures, stroke, narcolepsy, cataplexy, anaphylaxis, acute myocardial infarction, myocarditis, pericarditis, autoimmune disease, death, pregnancy, and birth outcomes, other acute debilitating diseases, non-anaphylactic reactions, I'm so sorry. But basically, it's about 20 different side effects that should have been listed. This is from October 30th of 2020 from the FDA. So right there showing that they knew that these side effects were present, and the Pfizer document removed those. Right here is VigiAccess from the World Health Organization, showing over 2,201,851 side effects and adverse events from the COVID vaccine on March 24th of 2021, showing blood, lymphic disorders, cardiac disorders, congenital family genetic disorders, ear and labyrinth disorders, endocrine disorders, eye disorders, gastrointestinal disorders, general disorders of administration to the site, immune system disorders, infections, and infections, injury, poison, procedure complications, investigations to metabolism, nutrition disorders, musculoskeletal connective tissue issues, benign malignant and unspecified cysts and polyps, nervous system disorders, pregnancy, and different outcomes here. So right here is Kaiser's documentation from 2021 through 2023 stating that they were running a secret test on all of you without your consent, saying that they were going to actually run the phase 3 trial for Pfizer. This is what this document is right here. And you will find in this document right here from the FDA and the CDC that there was no actual vaccine insert until August of 2021, while they were saying it was safe and effective. So right here is actually what real vaccine inserts look like. Massive pages. And when you open them up, just as that nurse did, they're massive sheets. And when Kaiser is giving society 2 pages while they're being vaccinated, and it says you have a cold and a flu, and I have everything from the FDA, CDC, and the Department of Defense showing the timeline that this was not proper. You stated in one of your meetings or one of your newsletters that the people in accordance of 1,000 must be vaccinated, and it couldn't just be stated to be vaccination. It had to be an actual vaccination card, which is a violation of the rights of an American. And not only that, there were more than 1,000 people in Walmart on an every given day, and I was able to walk through.
Thank you, Mr. Forsyth.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Norma Williamson.
Oh, and I apologize. All of this information will be available at the city, as well as the website and the YouTube channel, so that way it can no longer be censored or hidden from the public.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Forsyth.
Thank you.
Sonu Bhargava. After Sonu Bhargava will be David Montgomery.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and members of the community. My name is Dr. Sonu Bhargava. I am a Cerritos resident for last 15 years. I'm a former retired dentist, a kidney transplant recipient, a cancer survivor, and a patient advocate. I'm here today because March is National Kidney Month. It is a time dedicated to raising awareness about kidney health, and millions of people are affected by this disease. Kidney disease is often called a silent disease because many people do not realize they have it until it is quite advanced. According to the National Institute of Health and National Kidney Foundation, there are important facts that every community member should know. 1 in 7 adults in the United States, that makes it roughly 37 million people, are living with chronic kidney disease. As many as 90% of the people with early kidney disease do not know that they have it because the symptoms, they creep up so silently. Diabetes and blood pressure are the 2 leading causes of kidney disease, which means that they are preventable. And early awareness can make a significant difference. Early detection through simple blood test and a urine test can slow down and even prevent progression to kidney failure. Healthy lifestyle choices, staying active, managing blood pressure, controlling diabetes, and staying hydrated. These are simple measures that we all can take, and they can all help to protect kidney health. Awareness truly matters. But awareness can also come from unexpected and beautiful places. For the past 5 years, my son, Soham Bhargava, who is a student at UCLA, has been using the art of origami to raise awareness about kidney health. Through hundreds of folded paper kidneys and educational displays, he has been helping people learn about kidney function, organ donation, and prevention in a creative and an engaging way. His exhibition is currently on display at the Cerritos Library, where visitors of all ages can see how art, science, and community education can come together to spark a conversation about important health issues. It's inspiring to see children, family, and library visitors stop, ask questions, and learn something about kidneys, organs that quietly work for us every minute of every day. I would like to invite the members of the City Council, all of you, and the community to visit this exhibition at the Cerritos Library and support this effort to bring kidney health awareness to our cities. The Council's presence will highlight and bring a much-needed attention to this important cause, and this learning about this can actually preserve health and wealth. I truly believe a healthy kidney can make healthy, wealthy, and wise communities. Cerritos has always been a city that values education and community engagement, and initiatives like this show how local efforts can contribute to public health awareness in meaningful ways. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for supporting health and well-being for our community. And I have a little pin. We are trying to make this effort like how pink ribbon is for breast cancer. We are trying to make green ribbon for kidney. And I would like to present this to Mayor, and I would like to also give you a little flyer about my son's effort. And I would really appreciate if our city can proclaim March to be a Kidney Health Awareness Month. It is already a National Kidney Awareness Month, but it would be really nice if our city can support that too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sona Bhargava. Sonu Bhargava. Okay, next we have David Montgomery, and then we'll have Mel Cortez.
Honorable City Council people, most of you know me. Over the years, I've served with many of you on the ABC School Board, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight. Tonight, I'm representing the Church of Jesus Christ. We have some exciting things happening in Southern California, and we would like to extend an invitation to you to an event that's coming up. And one of my dear friends, who both of us have been here living in Cerritos since within the 1970s. This is Roger Garrett. Most of you know him too.
Thank you, Dave. I've been here since 1973, and Dave has been here since '79. We've been worshiping next door at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We have some great news that we want to extend to you and an invitation to you, and Dave will get into that in a few minutes. It's regarding the open house of the Yorba Linda Temple. We have 6 temples now within 3 hours of Cerritos. The first temple was built in Los Angeles in 1956, and there wasn't another temple in the area in Southern California until '93 with the San Diego Temple. If you've been down to San Diego, you can see it up as you go out toward the La Jolla and Mission Bay. It's up on the hill. We also have 4 other temples in Southern California proximity, and Redlands, Newport Beach, Yorba Linda now, and there's also one in Tijuana. And I'm going to go ahead and give the time over to Dave. Our temple is a very sacred place. He'll tell you more about what goes on and what's coming forth as an invitation to the council.
A temple is different than a meeting house, which is what is next door to us here, where I've had the privilege of being the bishop of that Cerritos First Ward. The building there we use for our Sunday worship, but a temple is used the other days of the week, and it's for special ordinances. It literally is the house of the Lord, and we as members of the church view it as a very sacred place, a place where ordinances are performed, a place where work is done, and we hold it to be highly sacred. Once it becomes a working temple after the open house, it is closed off to the public, and so this is the last chance to be able to see the inside of one of the LDS Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints temples. You will all be receiving an invitation in the mail to go through the temple before it's open to the public. It'll be opened up to the public on April 30th for 3 weeks. You are invited on April 29th. You'll receive it in the mail. I'll be taking you through a 30-minute presentation as we go through room by room, where I'm able to tell you about what we do there. And so I just wanted to come and make a personal invitation. As Roger said, there are 6 around us. There's 12 in California. There's 347 throughout the world, 46 out of 50 states, 78 countries, and it's a very important work. And a recent temple opening in Utah had a wait of 7 hours to get in to see it. You will bypass that, although we anticipate scores of thousands of people to visit the Yorba Linda Temple. So many will visit it that before it becomes a working temple, they will tear out the brand new carpet that's in there and replace it, because it will have outused its wear just by the visitors. So you'll be receiving it from me or an invitation from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'll be contacting again to see who can come. and you'll be going through with other elected officials and with the Lakewood Interfaith Council, with which I'm affiliated with. Thank you for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you, David Montgomery and Roger Garrett, for coming and sharing your invitation with us. And I considered it that the two of you had 3 minutes each. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You had 3 minutes each. Thank you for your public comment. Okay. And then we're going to have Mel Cortez, and then Howard Sachs, and then Jay Gray.
Mel Cortez, Rios resident. I have a handout for the council members and extra copies for the city clerk and city manager. And those are for the council members. I'm here to talk to you about solicitors. You talk to residents in the city. We get solicitors at all hours of the day. Sometimes they have come to my home at 9 p.m. We had neighbors I was looking like it's 8 p.m. and they're knocking. They come at all times. We know they need a permit. And according to Sabrina Chen, no one has applied for a permit this year. So no one should be knocking at the doors, door to door. The thing about these hours that you just got right now, those are suggested hours. There's nothing on the code. There's no ordinance in the city of Cerritos that gives us time when door-to-door solicitors could come to our houses. So sometimes we call the sheriff, but also the sheriff doesn't have anything on writing. It's on writing. This is on writing now because when I talked to Sabrina, I told her it was not anywhere in the code or even on the website. Within 24 hours, she made sure that it was on the website. So that was really nice of her, but it's not an ordinance. So if it's not an ordinance, how can we tell people that they're not allowed to hear? There's no fines that could be given. Like the city of Lakewood, for the first violation is $250. Also Norwalk, Bellflower, and Artesia have ordinances for this. So that's maybe one thing that, besides thinking about how budget and funds, there's one thing that we as residents need as an ordinance to make sure that we protect it when people come knocking on our door at 9 p.m. pretending that they're selling something. And also the sheriff is able to actually have something on writing in an ordinance to say that you're not allowed to be here, and they could ask him to go. So that's one thing that I think if you ask most residents in the city, will be very happy to have this in writing as a code and an ordinance. I also want to talk to you about the FIFA games at CCPA, but I see that we're talking about budget adjustments today, so I won't even mention it today because that will probably cost some money. So it's cut. Yeah, I just save you some money right there. Crime. Thank you for all the automatic license plate readers. I think all phase 1, 2, and 3 are up already. And let's see, hopefully that will work and help us stay safer. Maybe by the end of the year, we could get a report from the sheriff to see how it worked, how many people were caught, stolen cars, or anybody that came to the city to commit crimes. Maybe phase 4 for next year or next 2 years, because we could think of a lot of other intersections that could use license plate readers if they work as we think they work. Also, last February, there were 60 home burglaries, which went up compared to January and the previous every month from the previous 6 months. One thing I noticed, and maybe there could be the safety office or manager could check, because when I checked the times when they came into the houses to break in, most of the times it was when Southwest Patrol was not on duty. I think they're on duty from 9 to 5, and a lot of them, when I checked, it was weekends, and it was after 6 p.m. or not too early in the morning, but mostly after 6 p.m. The past few didn't really, the past few that I saw were actually in the daytime when they were here. So it'll be good to check to see how are the home break-ins, the statistics about the times, if they're coming after they leave and before they come, and if that means that it's working, and then we'll probably need to add more in the future. And thank you for the extra time you gave me. Night.
Thank you. So since you brought it up, the city council has been advised by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department that Phase 3 of the City of Cerritos automated license plate reader installation has been completed, and all readers are now operational. Phase 3 includes installations at the intersections of 166th Street and Studebaker Road, Artesia Boulevard and Marquardt Avenue, Norwalk Boulevard and Del Amo Boulevard, and Bloomfield Avenue and 195th Street. With the completion of Phase 3, the budgeted installation of Alper cameras throughout the city is now complete. Since the commencement of the Alper program, which has been supported 100% by this city council and budgeted 100% by this city council, the cameras have proven to be an effective supplemental tool assisting the Cerritos Sheriff Station and the deputies on the ground in identifying and addressing vehicles suspected of involvement in criminal activity. Okay, next, Howard Sachs, and then Jay Gray.
Good evening, everyone on the council. It's been a little while since I was here, about 7 months. I'll let you all know they had no success in getting rid of me. I'll say that very quickly. Anyway, I spoke to Mayor Pro Tem Johnson last week. We now have a new executive director there. His name is Mark Padilla. He comes from a different type of background, and he wants to definitely start a partnership with the city. He's the most excited about that, so kind of here representing him and the facility. Maybe we're turning a page. He also wants a partnership with the college as well, so he's very open to that. He told me the best time, if it can be amendable, would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, probably in the afternoon when he's most available. And he would like to definitely meet Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, who will soon be our new mayor, and any others of you that want to come. He's most open to that. And part of the issue is that they have many, many vacancies, more than I've seen since I've been there 4 years, over close to about 25. When I first went there, it was about 10. And they're open to things because they're struggling, to be honest. So they're open to maybe what they weren't to before. And so I just wanted to say that if we can arrange things and maybe a new beginning with the city and the facility and maybe the college, to the betterment of definitely the facility and hopefully the city, and it works out as a win-win-win for everyone. So that's all I wanted to say, bring that forth, and hopefully you're all amendable to that, and we can begin a new, much more positive chapter than what's gone on before. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard Sachs. Okay, Jay Gray.
Good evening, Council. Jay Gray. I just want to clarify something here, and I have a couple questions. So on Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 council meeting, item 9D included the review and consideration of information regarding the potential development of a community workforce agreement, CWA. Earlier, I had a question because I had mentioned that Ms. Johnson, Mr. Paluto were nominated for that committee. They said they didn't serve, that it was Jennifer and Frank. So I thought, was I remembering wrong? And so I went back and I pulled up the minutes for the meeting. And yes, actually, it was moved by Paluto and seconded by Johnson to direct the city manager to, 1, establish a CWA negotiating team inclusive of a community workforce ad hoc working group nominated by Mayor Yokoyama, members Johnson and Paluto, and staff, to represent the city in discussions with the Trade Council and other stakeholders. So I don't know why when I brought this up earlier that it was not clarified that yes, they were appointed to that committee, and no, they did not serve on the committee, number one. Number two, being that this was something that was voted on by the council 5-0, if this item came back up for an agenda item for transparency, maybe the Brown Act, and three, was the Hadcock Committee subject to the Brown Act because staff members served on that committee? It was not made up solely of council members. So at times, maybe not always, but at times, if it is not made up solely of the council members, but staff and others are part of that group, it can fall under the Brown Act. And then the fourth question is, with Mr. Paluto recusing himself from this item, and this goes back to May of 2025, so about 10 months ago, if at that time he should have done that, and if he shouldn't have, is that whole negotiating thing legitimate? I know under a previous council we had an issue with a member serving that it wasn't disclosed, and they had to redo the whole thing. So those are the questions that I have for clarification. And last, number 5 is, when were the 2 new members appointed to this committee? Were negotiations already started, underway, and then it was changed? And I understand Mr. Paluto was changed probably because of the conflict of interest, for lack of a better word. I'm not sure why Ms. Johnson, maybe personal or so on, because she had mentioned that she hadn't contributed. But again, you know, when did the new committee members were appointed, and were negotiations already underway? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other speakers? Okay, come on up. Thank you. Could you tell us your name and then please have your public comment?
Ron Alice.
Oh, hi, Mr. Alice.
Hi. Moved into the city in '67. My current residence in '77 and '87, I put a pool in. When I first came in '77, Satellite Park was a vacant dirt field. They managed to plant a pine tree that is now 6 stories high, and the foliage is over half my property. And when I say it's only 8 to 10 feet from the wall, is that you can't even hardly get a vehicle through there that mows the lawn. So as a result, I keep that up constantly, and so on. I'm willing, I know once the form they gave me said it doesn't include parks, because in the parks it's sacred. So I'm willing to contribute towards the cost to see that that tree goes away. I like trees, but this one is unbelievable. And it's caused a lot of pool damage in the thousands over the years. And, you know, they were going to come and try to trim some of it down. They promised 6 months ago they were going to be here in January. They haven't shown up yet. Last time I checked, it's March. And I'll throw some other names out. All my kids went to Whitney, and even my son-in-law. And I heard some people use USC stuff. I was the track coach for 20 years at SC. I rest my case.
Thank you, Mr. Alice. Alvin, can we go look at that tree that's over the backyard of the house on Flat Peak Lane? He's in the cul-de-sac of Flat Peak Lane in the courts. Okay,
Yes,
this is
sir.
the first time I'm hearing about this, Mr. Alice. So, Alvin will talk to you right now. Okay, are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Okay, and I want to thank, we received written correspondence, and I do want to thank resident Stephen Shea for his number of written comments. Thank you for your engagement with the City of Cerritos and the Cerritos City Council, and you made some good suggestions and asked some good questions, Mr. Stephen Shea, and I hope some of your questions were answered during this meeting so far. Okay, next, consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Did you make a motion to approve?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Say. We have a second by Councilmember Hong. Let's vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Great. Okay, there are no public hearing items on tonight's agenda. We already did item 9A. Item 9B, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, also known as the ACFR. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. The City Council was previously provided with a copy of the city's annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. This evening, we're pleased to have with us the representative of the auditor firm that reviewed and prepared the final report. To provide an additional background overview of this item, I will defer first to Peter Kemp, a Finance and Budget Manager and City Treasurer, and then he will then introduce our auditor. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight we are presenting, as Mr. Lopez said, the city's annual comprehensive financial report, also known as the ACFR, for fiscal year 2024-25. This report serves as a key financial document, providing a transparent and detailed overview of the city's financial position, operations, and compliance with accounting standards. As part of this process, the city undergoes an independent audit in accordance with government accounting standards. The audit ensures that our financial statements are presented fairly and free of material misstatements. I'm pleased to share that the city has once again received an unmodified opinion from the independent auditor, Clifton Larson Allen, which is the highest level of assurance an entity can receive. Additionally, the city has a long history of financial excellence, having received the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting every year since 1986. This year, we have submitted the ACFR once again for consideration. I'd also like to take this time to thank the finance team for their hard work and dedication in preparing this report. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge David Cirrus, one of our accounting administrators who is here with me tonight. David is one of the newest members of our finance team and played a key role in leading the city through this year's audit process. He brings valuable experience from the public accounting world, including prior experience auditing government agencies and even serving on a former audit team in Cerritos. His knowledge, leadership, and steady oversight were a tremendous asset throughout the audit. I would also like to thank the team from Clifton Larson Allen for their diligence and professionalism and partnership throughout the audit process. At this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Joe Luden from Clifton Larson Allen.
Thank you very much, Peter. Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for having me tonight. As Peter mentioned, my name is Joe Luden. I'm a partner at Clifton Larson Allen, and I'll be going through our 2025 audit results here tonight. I'm going to start with an outline. Really, we'll be going over our scope of services, our auditor's opinion and reports, some highlights of the general fund, and we'll conclude with our communication with those charged with governance. So our scope of services really started with our audit of the annual financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2025. We did that in accordance with generally accepted and government auditing standards. We also issued our agreed upon procedures report. This related to the city's adoption of the annual appropriations limit. So the auditor's opinion. Really, again, we start out with our opinion of the financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2025. We do have certain standards that are required that we plan and perform our audit in order to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from any material misstatement. We were able to obtain that audit evidence, and it was sufficient and appropriate for us to provide a basis for our opinion, which, as Peter mentioned, is an unmodified opinion, and that is the highest level of opinion that we can provide. There were no changes in accounting principles during the year, and management, again, is responsible for the presentation and preparation of the financial statements. My responsibility as an auditor is to make sure we follow the standards and obtain enough audit evidence in order to support our opinion. Let's touch on some general fund highlights. The ending fund balance as of June 30, 2025 was a touch over $163 million. That's split into three categories. The first is non-spendable, and that's about $56.6 million. An assigned balance, which is $22.2 million. And finally, unassigned, which is just underneath $84.4 million. In order to arrive at that ending fund balance, the city had revenues and transfers in that were just over $105 million during the year, and expenditures and transfers out that were just underneath $128 million. The result of that is a decrease by about $22.7 million for the year ended June 30, 2025. We also issue our management letter. This goes over control, any deficiencies or findings that we feel is appropriate to communicate with those charged with governance. We did not have any material weaknesses or non-compliance. We did have two significant deficiencies that we wanted to bring to council's attention. Again, these have actually been deficiencies that have been brought up the last several years. The first being a deficit net position in the electric fund, and the second being a budgetary control, which the city's ERP system that they're in the process of implementing will eliminate this comment as time moves on. And our last letter has to do with the communication with those charged with governance. It starts by talking about the plan, timing, and scope of our audit. This was communicated in our engagement letter that was dated April 17, 2025. It's going to also touch on the fact that management is, in the end, responsible for the selection and use of an appropriate accounting policies. These accounting policies are detailed out for you in the ACFR in Note 1. The ACFR also does include some significant estimates. We want to make sure we draw your attention to those. For the city, these are going to be related to your pension plans, both with CalPERS and with PARS, as well as your other post-employment benefit plan, the OPEB plan. And you can see more details on the estimates related to those in Note 11 and Note 12 to the financial statements. There were no difficulties that we encountered during the audit, and there were no corrected or uncorrected misstatements. Additionally, we had no disagreements that arose with management or the finance department throughout our course of our audit. And we did receive written representations from the city's management in a letter dated December 23rd, 2025. And lastly, to our knowledge, the city did not hire other accountants throughout the year to get a secondary opinion as it relates to auditing and accounting matters. That concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the report. Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Hong.
Just real question. How long have you been serving, doing auditing for our city?
I have been the partner for, I think this is my third year of being the signing partner. I had worked previously to that as a manager, maybe for 1 year before that.
And is this under yearly basis contract or?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I'll provide some context. CLA was our auditor. They were under a contract for 5 years. In light of our new ERP system that Joe mentioned, we did bring back to council a request for an extension to stick with CLA for 3 more years. So this is the first of that 3-year extension. So we will have them for 2 more years, and then we will go out to an RFP for a new auditing firm once that's completed. And the reason, again, for that extension was some extenuating circumstances related to our new financial system. We didn't want to have to go through the additional burden of a new auditor coming on and learning our finances while at the same time going through this new financial system. So it made sense to extend their contract for a couple of more years.
Thank you.
Councilmember Say?
I have no questions. Very good report.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mark Polito? Mayor Pro Tem Johnson? Thank you. I will now open for public comments on this item. Are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to receive and file the fiscal year 2024-25 City of Cerritos Annual Comprehensive Financial Report.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Polito and a second by Councilmember Hong. Let's vote to receive and file.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Item 9C, fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. We have under this item several items for review and consideration. The first is review of the city's mid-year budget. We have also included information that was requested by the City Council as it relates to revenue options for consideration to help address various priorities. For the beginning of this presentation, I'd like to defer to Peter Kemp, Finance and Budget Manager and City Treasurer, and following that, he will defer the presentation to Drew Schneider, Director of Administrative Services, to go over the findings and the recommendations. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening once again, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide an overview of the city's current and long-term financial outlook. Staff will provide an overview of the updated mid-year forecast, review the longer-term trend and reserve implications, and conclude with a discussion of potential revenue options for City Council consideration. I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for the remainder of the presentation. The City Council adopted the fiscal year 2025-26 budget in June of 2025 with a relatively modest planned citywide budget deficit of about $400,000. Since that time, a number of budget amendments have been approved, including several City Council-directed amendments, and staff has continued to monitor revenues and expenditures as part of normal budget administration. As part of the mid-year process, staff completed a more thorough review of the current year budget to update forecasts based on actual year-to-date activity, current operating conditions, and revised assumptions for the remainder of the fiscal year. That mid-year analysis identified a number of changes on both the revenue and expenditure sides of the budget. On the revenue side, some of the more significant adjustments include lower projected sales tax revenue, lease revenue adjustments, lower theater ticket projected revenue, as well as some lower electric utility revenue. On the expenditure side, key drivers of this change include City Council approved imported water purchases associated with the C4 well outage, higher utility-related costs, as well as other operational adjustments. When the proposed mid-year adjustments contained in this report are combined with the budget amendments already approved earlier in the year, staff now projects a citywide operating deficit of approximately $4 million for fiscal year 2025-26. Now, this slide here looks beyond the current year and focuses on the city's longer-term general fund outlook. As we discussed, a single-year deficit by itself is something that the city can absorb. The city has reserves, and those reserves exist in part to help manage through periods of fiscal pressure or temporary imbalances. However, the 10-year forecast shows that this is not just a one-year issue. Under the current baseline assumptions, expenditures are projected to grow faster than revenues over time. As a result, structural deficits emerge and then widen in future years. The forecast also reflects the conclusion of successor agency loan payments to the city, which is an important change in the city's financial picture, particularly as it relates to the city's ability to fund infrastructure and other capital improvements. The takeaway here is that the city can manage through the current year deficit, but the forecast indicates that adjustments will be needed going forward. Those adjustments would need to come from some combination of expenditure reductions, new ongoing revenue, or both. It's important to note that the forecast is intended as a directional planning tool. It is not meant to predict each future year with precision, but it does show the trend line. If nothing changes, the city will face increasingly difficult financial conditions over time. This slide here illustrates the directional impact on general fund reserves over time if no corrective action is taken. As noted on the prior slide, the 10-year forecast shows expenditures outpacing revenues on an ongoing basis. When that occurs year after year, the city must rely on reserves to bridge the gap. In the near term, the city has capacity to absorb a temporary deficit, but the forecast does show that continued operating shortfalls would steadily reduce reserve levels over time. Under this scenario, reserves are projected to decline below the city's target reserve level, then fall below minimum policy levels, and ultimately become depleted if the structural imbalance is not addressed. That does not mean that each of these outcomes will occur exactly as shown or on the precise timeline reflected in the chart. This is a planning forecast, and actual results will depend on future city council decisions, economic conditions, operating performance, and whatever corrective actions are taken. But the overall trend is clear. If revenues and expenditures continue on their current path, reserve levels would erode to the point that the city would have substantially less financial flexibility to respond to emergencies, economic downturns, capital needs, or other unforeseen costs. I'll now turn the presentation over to Director of Administrative Services, Drew Schneider, to discuss some potential options to address the long-term trend.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. At a prior meeting, the City Council directed staff to evaluate several potential revenue options to allow for potential future decreases to water and sewer bills. These options include a utility users tax, a transaction and use tax, also known as a sales tax, a transient occupancy tax increase, or TOT, or hotel bed tax, a parcel tax, real property transfer tax, and exploring additional grant funding. Each option varies in terms of revenue potential, stability, voter approval requirements, and who ultimately pays the tax. As shown on this slide, the revenue capacity of these options varies considerably. Among the options evaluated, the transaction and use tax provides the largest potential ongoing revenue source. So let's drill down a little bit more into the transaction and use tax. Staff is recommending that the City Council consider further evaluation of a 1% transaction and use tax. Based on estimates prepared by the city's sales tax consultant, HGL Companies, a 1% transaction use tax is projected to generate approximately $19 million annually. This is in addition to the $43 million generated through the Bradley Burns 1% tax we received today. Because Cerritos serves as a regional retail destination, a significant portion of this revenue would come from shoppers and visitors who live outside of our community. HGL's analysis indicates more than half of the projected revenue would likely be generated by non-residents. Compared to the other options evaluated, this option provides the largest and most sustainable ongoing revenue source. It is important to note that adoption of this tax would require voter approval. So let's look at what this would look like and how this would impact our 10-year projection. So if you contrast to the slide that Peter showed just a few minutes ago, it's a dramatically better picture. This slide shows the 10-year general fund forecast assuming implementation of a 1% transaction use tax beginning in fiscal year 2026-27. Under this scenario, the city's financial outlook improves significantly. Recurring structural deficits are eliminated, and the city's reserve position strengthens over time. This improved financial position provides greater capacity to maintain services, invest in infrastructure, and address long-term capital needs. This slide focuses specifically on the projected revenue reserve levels, This slide focuses specifically on projected reserve levels under the transaction use tax scenario. It is important to emphasize that the reserve growth shown here is presented primarily for analytical purposes, similar to the caveat that Peter previously mentioned. In practice, excess reserves above the city's policy targets would likely be allocated over time towards deferred maintenance, capital improvements, unfunded liabilities, and other strategic investments as outlined in our reserve policy. The key takeaway is that additional ongoing revenue would provide the city with the financial capacity to address long-term needs while maintaining strong reserves. Next slide, please. So to implement this, city staff are recommending a dual budget framework. Given the significantly different financial outcomes illustrated in the forecast scenarios, staff is proposing a dual budget framework for the upcoming fiscal year. Under this approach, staff would prepare two potential budget options. Option A assumes that additional ongoing revenue is approved. Under this scenario, the city would be able to maintain current service levels, continue investing in infrastructure, and strengthen the city's long-term financial stability. Option B assumes that the additional ongoing revenue is not approved. In that case, the city would need to implement expenditure reductions and service level adjustments to maintain structural balances and preserve reserves. The purpose of presenting these two options is to provide clarity regarding the relationship between revenue decisions and service levels as the next budget is developed. Next slide, please. In addition, staff is proposing the creation of a temporary resident budget task force. The purpose of this task force would be to provide structural community input regarding the city's fiscal outlook and potential budget strategies. The task force would be advisory in nature and review the city's fiscal situation and provide feedback to help inform future budget discussions. Meetings would be facilitated by Tripeppi Smith, which previously supported the community engagement efforts during the development of the city's strategic plan. Next slide, please. I want to take a moment to highlight some of the planned community engagement efforts that the city is embarking on over the course of the next few months as we develop our budget. This slide outlines the key dates in the upcoming budget planning process. 2 community budget workshops are scheduled in April, including both an in-person meeting and a virtual webinar. These will be followed by additional City Council budget sessions in May and June, and ultimately the process will conclude with a public hearing adoption of the FY 2026-27 budget in June. These meetings provide opportunities for both community input and City Council discussion throughout the budget development process. So there's quite a few recommendations on the screen here. We'll take a kind of moment for everyone to digest.
Bless you.
Mayor and members of the City Council, we are requesting direction on several items tonight. First, staff recommends ratification of previously approved second quarter budget amendments as well as approval of the proposed FY 2025-26 mid-year budget adjustments. Second, the City Council may wish to provide direction regarding whether certain discretionary programs or events should be temporarily reduced or deferred. Third, staff is seeking direction regarding whether to move forward with further evaluation of a 1% transaction use tax. Fourth, staff requests direction regarding incorporation of the dual budget planning framework into development of the upcoming fiscal year budget. Fifth, staff seeks direction whether to establish the proposed resident budget task force. And finally, staff recommends the approval of the extension of the city's contract with Tripeppi Smith to support community engagement and communications related to the budget process. Mayor, members of the City Council, that concludes our presentation tonight. Mr. Lopez, Mrs. Aguila, Mr. Kemp, and I will be happy to answer any questions you have and receive your direction.
Thank you for the report. Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Hong.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'm very shocked and disappointed to hear that our budget deficit is coming from $400,000 to $4 million. And I understand on your report, it's stated on the page 4, right? Is that page 4 proposed mid-year budget adjustment? And you're talking about, first of all, the deficit increase. And second of all, why is the reason, because why we are losing the money. And this is the explanation of that, but I also have a question. If that is the case, how come on page 3, if you go back to page 3, why are we, even starting from page 2, I'm sorry, at the last paragraph about the sales tax, okay? we have revised the fiscal year 2025 to 26 forecast to approximately 43.4 million, a decrease of approximately $427,000 from the adopt forecast of 43.8 million. And our consulting company forecast for fiscal year 2026 to 2027 is approximately 44.6. So if your projection is going lower, how come you think in 2026 and to 2027 it would go up about 1.2 million?
I'll begin by just answering that. I'll defer to our team to elaborate. So when we work with our sales tax consultant, they do look by fiscal year. The fiscal year projection at the beginning, when the budget was adopted, was a certain amount. Because of various market forces, they've slightly reduced that estimate for the current year. They do anticipate changes within the economic forecast that would result in a net increase for the following fiscal year, which is 26, 27. And I'll defer to our members of our team to elaborate further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. So I would want to make sure we touch upon both the overall change in our financial position this fiscal year and then focus in specifically on the sales tax question. I want to make sure I understand that correctly, Councilmember Hong.
Yes.
So in terms of the overall picture, the main driver for this year's budget was the item we discussed back in December related to the water well malfunction and the work related to that. So not only do we have the work of replacing that water well, but the additional costs associated with having to buy water until that water well comes back online. So that was a substantial portion of the overall $4 million that we discussed. The $400,000 that you discussed, $427,000 that you referenced for the decrease in sales tax numbers are volatile in nature. We do our best to work with our consultants to predict what these numbers will look like, but factors beyond our control continue to impact these. As we mentioned back in December, the city and the nation as a whole continues to face significant economic headwinds and continued delays in some of the major markets that we derive our sales tax from. In terms of next year's projection, we are hoping for recovery in some of these areas. We will get another update from HDL, our sales tax consultant, prior to us presenting the next year's FY 2026-27 budget. And so we'll have more refined numbers at that point. But this is the best that we have, data we have available today. I can drill further into the drivers of the current year deficit numbers if you so wish.
Thank you for the explanation. I also have some question about the, on page, bear with me. Excuse me, on page 18, okay, there's a number of the account number is 110-331-510110 for the expenses, regular earnings, 101,610. Can you explain that?
This is in our Public Works Department. I'll defer to Peter, perhaps Alvin, for additional specifics.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, this is our Public Works Department, specifically the account that you're referring to, and I just want to double check, that was 110-331-5101, correct?
Correct.
And that's showing an increase of $101,610. This is the full-time earnings in our Public Works Business Operations Division. And I believe, I don't have all of the details in front of me, but I believe this was associated with the reassignment, actually, of a staff member from another division. And I think it was from...
Go ahead, Mr. Director.
Yeah, was that? Yeah, is that right?
If I could just add to Mr. Cam's comments, we moved these positions organizationally from the director's office into the business office in order to better align with the chain of command that was established when the deputy director position was created.
But to be clear, there's been no change in the number of positions, just moving from one cost center to another.
Okay. Thank you. And I also have the question before, I know you have a lot of proposal. What are the biggest financial risks to the general fund over the next 5 years? Do we think about that?
So we do work very closely with the entire executive management team to analyze various risk factors in our process. As Peter mentioned when he was doing the financial forecast discussion, we do look at the cost of services, the cost of goods, both of which have increased significantly, outpacing CPI in many areas, along with labor-related costs. Insurance-related costs continue to rise. We just met with JPIA last week to discuss this, and we do track these items on the expense side very closely.
Thank you. How about the, I think I probably know the answer, but I want to ask so for all the residents to understand. How does Cerritos reserve level comparing with other cities in Los Angeles County?
Broadly speaking, our reserve level is much higher, where we have a larger portion of our budget covered with reserve funding in case of an emergency. Other cities have a much smaller percentage of their budget covered with their reserves. But as was noted in the presentation, the reserve levels are continuing to drop because our expenses are greater than revenues. Operating expenses are greater than operating revenues. So currently, we're okay. The color was green currently, but in a couple of years, it goes down to yellow, very cautionary. And then a couple more years after that, it's red. It's below where we need to be just to cover emergencies.
Right, but my question is, what is our levels comparing with other cities, with LA cities, LA counties right now? I mean, if our reserve is 35%, and what is the average that other cities, their reserve level?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. I'll provide some context. As the council's aware, the council did approve a new financial reserve policy earlier in, I think, near the beginning of calendar year 2025. And when staff was developing that policy, we did look at a number of neighboring agencies and their policies as it relates to general fund reserves. A couple of standards kind of pop out. The Government Finance Officers Association, which you mentioned, is the national association that kind of oversees best practices for municipal finance. Their recommendation is about 17% of general fund expenses should be held in reserves. That's approximately 2 months worth of operating expenses. Our research in developing our policy indicated that most cities that we looked at were in the neighborhood of 17% to 25%. There were some outliers. There were a few that were as high as 35, even 50%, but they were certainly outliers. We felt that considering the city's historical position of having pretty healthy reserves, we wanted to be fairly conservative with our amounts. So we did establish two thresholds. One was a minimum amount of 25% of general fund expenditures held in reserves, while our target level is 35%. And as the city manager mentioned, we are maintaining that 35% level at the moment. But as the trend shows, as expenditures are rising and revenues are not rising at the same pace, we will have to dip into those reserves to close that gap over time, unless we make some drastic changes on either reducing expenses, increasing revenues, or some combination of that.
Well, thank you for your report. Also, are there efficiencies we can pursue before considering any potential tax increases? Because I do hear about, all the sales tax increases, but I always looking at the things before we go for something, we should look for other alternatives. Is there any other suggestion maybe from your team,
Suggestions in addition to other taxes?
Not other taxes. Maybe we can find a way to maintain. It's like a household. You have to maintain your spending within your budget, in your income, your meanings. So I think we as elected officials, as a council, we want to, work really hard on that because, this is the last thing we want to know about is to increase the sales tax. So we should, my suggestion is that we should also look into it and also consider about it.
Yeah, so the revenue options that were presented were researched and presented in response to the council direction as it related to, in part as it related to water and sewer bills. The goal was that perhaps some of these revenue sources could help offset future increases in water and sewer bills. So that would be one of the goals from these revenue sources. Additionally, as was noted with the proposal of a dual budget, if this additional revenue source is not approved, then the alternative budget would present then cuts in programs and services for consideration by the city council to still achieve a balanced budget. So if the goal of the city council is to maintain existing programs and services, these revenue sources are recommended for consideration to maintain those service levels.
And also regarding having the consulting we have to spend extra $75,000 in order to have the consulting company to help us working on the sales tax.
So they've submitted a proposal. It's an amount not to exceed that to provide time and materials support for various needs the city may have. It was mentioned convening a resident budget task force, so their role would be as a facilitator in task force meetings. We also are planning 2 citywide budget workshops for the community, and they would be assisting in that as well in facilitation. But also, we are planning various educational resources to help the community become more aware of our budget constraints as well as our budget priorities. And so we'll be relying on the firm's expertise in messaging and communication to aid our communications team in that effort. So the full amount may not be expended. That's a not to exceed amount. But that is what the proposal included for services over the next several months.
Thank you. I do know this, this is not the first time, 2020, we have done that first time. So I was thinking, don't you think our finance group department can handle this with our own expertise? We can do this without having to spend extra consulting fee?
We do have a very talented staff who is capable of preparing materials, but what we don't have is experience in successful efforts to approve additional revenue sources. So my recommendation is to work with this firm who has been successful in working with other cities to gain bigger picture insights on strategies for communication.
Oh, thank you. But because I think most of the residents, because I think since this is not the first time, so they all already pretty much have the understanding, about the sales tax. Just from my thought, if we can save the money, I would appreciate that, if we can just do it and send out the message. I guess last time it's probably not long enough. The timing is pretty short. It's kind of not enough information and time frame is kind of short. But if we can do it ourselves, I would rather just have it, do it by our own cities without spending extra money, because if we need to cut, we have to cut back from everywhere, Thank you.
Anything else, Councilmember Hong?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Say?
Thank you, Mayor. As far as I can see from my personal experience, some of the situation you have to have some specialty people to handle those business. But however, what I see on your page 8, the gap 10-year general fund forecast. How do we move the gap more closer? It has to do both way. One is to bring the revenue in, and the other one you also have to cost your expenses. How are we gonna? First of all, we already done. We increase water rate because that is you use it, you pay for it. But however, that's a big hit on the residents here too. Now, if you go to another revenue and say, hey, want to go up sales tax, even though I heard the staff has reported under the pages and most sales tax. I'm just kind of potential thing. Resident, non-resident, majority projected from non-resident. I have a few concerns. Number one, a resident total number for Cerritos from 50,000 dropped to 48,000. So there's a around 2,000, right? Decrease. So the purchase also dropped too. As you can see on the page, it says right clear there. There's a drop. Our one is your costs. Let me see. There's a page 2. Your forecast you reviewed update project decrease approximately 42 million. Your expenditure is totally go opposite direction. How we're going to move back to the same scale? That I need to ask the staff to help. We can't keep cutting the service to the community. We can't keep doing that. What about ourselves in our department? What can we do? I think we really need raise the question to ourselves: what area we can cut in our own department? I can give you a real simple thing that I've done it before. We're looking to say, hey, each department have to come out some solution that you can cut your expenditures. From there, even $1, $2, $3, but at least we can show the community that we trying to do something we can. My concern is sales tax. I know almost like this is one solution, $19 million quick fix, and will go up. But we also have to consider, is it really going to help us? Resident total number dropped. ABC school usually, as far as I know, we bring a lot of student from out of the district area, but now we're cutting it because a lot of school will not let the parent or will not relieve the student to other school district. And normally, in general speaking, a lot of parents from the transfer to our district, they do go to shopping. And we also have employee here. We also have a resident employee from local business. They do shopping from here. That brings the revenue. But however, after 6 months, what I show right now, it all goes up opposite direction. So I would like to have staff to give me some data about 1%, 3/4, or 0.5%. What's the difference? How much we can make the gap closer. Meanwhile, the staff has come out with some other suggestion to make the gap more closer, which means expenditure should be, staff have to work on that. And then we can work on the other side, how much we can come with the balance for the total cost and spending and bring the revenue in. That I would like to ask you. Okay, I don't know, can we do that? Or do we have plan already on that?
So to answer the first part of your question in regard to all departments looking at expenditures, you have under Exhibit 2, which starts on page 18, multiple line items where under expenses, if it's red, that means it's a proposed reduction in the budget. So staff has actually gone through and identified multiple line items where cuts can be made in the current fiscal year, lower forecasted expenses than we had at the beginning of the fiscal year. Black, of course, is the opposite. It's a projected increase, but there's a net balance, which includes multiple reductions. And then, I'm sorry, could you please repeat the second part of your question?
Second part, when we're talking about expenditure, how we're going to decrease our expenditure. This is perfectly. I like to you present it to the public because letting people know we do try our best at the end already. But I also have a question about some of the empty building that we have. What is the staff have been done? Can we give you some, like, what do you call that, incentive to the people to move in and then kind of graduate the letter? Because you do have a lot of negative on the building, empty building there.
Yes, thank you. So there was a shown reduction in projected revenues for one of our lease sites. We had anticipated at the beginning of the fiscal year that a particular building that the city owns would already be occupied. But as the council is aware, we just recently received approval for a lease agreement with an entity, a Cerritos business, who actually generates sales tax. So it's a business retention measure to occupy that building. But that occupancy, because they have to do several tenant improvements, is not likely to occur until the very end of this fiscal year or into the new fiscal year. So that does explain a reduction on that revenue. But moving forward, the city does anticipate revenue to the city as a result of that real estate that we own. And we'll continue to explore other opportunities to increase those revenues as existing leases come and go.
What I'm trying to say here is we build a consensus in here. Do you think the sales tax will increase by June, given the current situation I just mentioned about if we increase the sales tax?
Are you asking about a local Cerritos sales
Yes,
tax?
yeah.
So it is, at this time, it is too late for a potential sales tax to be approved in June. We would have to be looking at a much later time period, possibly looking at a November time period if the city council so directs at the appropriate time.
I know we're not discussing this matter today.
Yeah.
But I think I really like the way your number 6 you said direct the city manager to convene a resident budget task force. I like the recommendation here. I really think there's kind of move forward. There's no way we can say, hey, we don't want to increase this and that, but you have to have some money coming from. There's no money coming in. I am worried about it because reserve money. I know some council members may think about, oh, our reserve money is plenty there. No, we don't. If you compare our story with our history with the other cities' history, other cities, they're building the reserve money versus Cerritos are dropping the reserve money. That I am worried because I remember 2000, it was like 1,000, it was 100 million. But right now, 5 years after, we only have 45 million now of reserve. Am I right?
I'll defer to Peter for
It's a lot of drop.
the latest.
I think there's a number of, thank you for the question, Councilmember. There are a couple of things at play here, and I think the biggest one being the financial reserve policy that we discussed earlier. In prior years, the kind of the 100 million figure that you're talking about in the general fund, while that was accurate, much of that money was earmarked for other funds, in particular, our enterprise funds, water, sewer, electricity, as well as capital projects. So in 2025, when the council adopted the financial reserve policy, what we did was we essentially allocated out that money to some of the other funds and built out a plan so that money was associated with the funds that it was really earmarked for. It paints a more accurate picture of where that money should be. So that $100 million of general fund reserves was kind of a false picture of what the general fund reserves were for, because so much of that money was going to the enterprise funds, much of it was going to capital projects. So what we've done is we've said, hey, we need to make sure that 35% of our expenditures are in fact dedicated to the general fund for reserves for rainy day fund, while any excess amounts are going to some of the other funds to support primarily capital projects in this case. So really much of that, while some of that has been a drawdown due to some of the deferred maintenance that we've addressed and some of the aggressive capital spending that we have done over the last couple of years to make up for some lost time, a big part of that is just the reallocation of those funds elsewhere. So we haven't necessarily lost the money, we've just put it where it belongs.
Okay. I don't know how long we can go on like that. That's my concern right now. But I will leave my some other question that my other council member to ask, and I will save some other question for later. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Peter Kemp, Drew Snyder, Kristen Aguila, for the report, the presentation. I have some questions. Page 5, under consideration of deferral or city council approved programs. You itemize some of these programs, but I don't see a projected amount that we would save. Is there some detail that you could provide?
Yes, thank you. The first, I'll actually start with the second item, which was noted, which is UbaFest. The city council did approve initially a $30,000 support amount for that program. So that amount is currently budgeted, and if the council so directs, that amount can be modified. The second item, the first item listed is the 5K run walk event And if I can please ask Annie to provide information on estimated cost for that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lopez, and thank you for your question, Councilmember Polito. Staff had indicated that the estimated cost to present a 5K would be $14,000 at a minimum, and we would be requesting a budget amendment for that amount because it was not a program that was initially included within the current budget. And we were directed to attempt to find grant funding and sponsorship, so we have been pursuing some grant opportunities. But the amount that we were anticipating for the cost would be approximately $14,000.
Thank you. It also goes on to say other city council approved special programs or one-time events. Can you elaborate? And is there a corresponding dollar amount?
Yeah, and that is perhaps for consideration when the city council later reviews the new fiscal year budget, because there are other programs that would begin after July 1st that could be considered. If the council is interested, we can discuss existing longstanding programs or events, such as certain ceremonies, if the council would be interested in having any items scaled back in any way, just for conversation, as part of what was referred to as, tightening the belt citywide.
Okay, so that would be for the next budget, not for consideration for mid-year savings.
Yeah, the two items that were noted here are within the current fiscal year budget between now and the end of the fiscal year. But if there's any discussion that could help direct staff as we prepare the new fiscal year budget, we would gladly take that direction as well.
Okay, and so the combined total 30K and 14K is projected 44K savings mid-year, if that option is considered. Okay. The next thing is page 6, transient occupancy tax, TOT. I understand that this is a rate increase that would require voter approval. Did staff have a recommendation when we would do that, and then if it were successfully approved by the voters, when we would realize increase in revenue?
So there are multiple options listed here. If the city council is interested in any of these, as was noted, the transaction use tax, sales tax, does yield the highest estimated annual revenue.
Yes.
If there's interest in looking at some of the other ones, perhaps in addition to the TUT, the sales tax, it may be appropriate to stagger them so that resident voters are not have a single item to consider versus multiple items. Strategically, it may cause some voter confusion with different items for consideration.
Okay, that answers the question that is kind of begged by the fact that you don't mention it on page 6 when that would go before the voters, just that it would require voter approval. And on page 13 under the recommendations, I didn't see the TOT option as one of the possible action items.
It certainly is a possibility. If the council would like us to pursue that, our recommendation was to focus at this time on the transactions and use tax because of the high value that would be yielded from investment in time and providing education. But we certainly would be happy to explore any other of these items or others that are directed by the city council.
Okay, and drilling down further, staff recommends or outlines that for example, increase from current 12% transient occupancy tax to 16 would generate an additional $0.45 million to $500,000 annually. My question is, the surrounding cities of Cerritos, what percent is their TOT? And how do we compare within the region? Just want to see if we're below, or we're on par, or if we're high. And please refresh my memory also the last time we did it. I know it was when as first on council.
Yeah, so previously the transit occupancy tax, the TOT, the hotel bed tax was 6%, and by voter approval it was doubled, increased to 12%. A 16% amount would put us.
And what year was that?
You want to recall the year? We can confirm that and get back to you.
Sure, thanks.
The 16% amount is in the middle of the range of surrounding cities. Other cities such as Anaheim have a higher amount. Looking to staff to see if we have the specific numbers here with us tonight. We may not have that here with us, but can report back.
Okay.
But
how about Buena Park also? I mean, if we don't have it, that's okay. But if you could,
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, I don't have those specific numbers, but Robert's correct. This TOT is highly dependent on the number of facilities that can be applied to, or also additionally short-term rentals, things like that. Because the city of Cerritos is limited, other cities that have limited numbers are typically slightly lower percentage than somewhere like Anaheim, Garden Grove, where it's a much larger portion of their budget because of the number of hotel institutions that they have.
I'm glad you mentioned that. This goes back to a year ago when I first got on this council and was trying to encourage us staff to engage in those conversations with, in particular, Macerich, the property owner at the Los Cerritos Center Mall, and the still vacant 20-acre lot. I know that staff is working hard on a number of things, but here's an opportunity if we're to realistically consider this as a potential option. We would be well served if we were moving forward to develop hotels, increasing the number of rooms that would be available. Especially the argument was made a year ago with the upcoming big events coming to Southern California, sporting events, the Olympics, and et cetera. That we could get the ball rolling on that, because if we consider a subsequent increase, because I don't remember it ever being increased until it was last increased by doubling, right? And we still only have one hotel in town, and that hotel was built a generation ago. So, meanwhile, we're missing the boat as other neighboring cities, particularly when one city that we pretty much hug, right, Artesia, that is considering those aggressively, and that would be then a great missed opportunity if there was something developed there ahead of Cerritos, and the people who potentially come to visit the area, that the neighboring city would capture that potential TOT generated. It's all a matter of us being dedicated and focused and willing to act aggressively if what we want to do is diversify our revenue sources, as opposed to kind of tiering it or doing it in stages. I get it. I get it that the appetite for the electorate might not be for multiple increases, but we know that if you're a Cerritos resident, you're likely not going to stay at a local hotel since you live in town. Those people would probably be friends, relatives, loved ones, coworkers who might be coming to the area to attend events in the city or conduct business, what have you. So I'm a big advocate of developing hotels in this area, since we are in Southern California and it's a major tourist destination. I want to see really a robust effort on the part of staff to really see how we could fully realize and capture the maximum potential revenue through TOT. I'm glad to hear that the last time we did it, we doubled it from, so that's an increase of 6. Why just an increase of 4, which would bring us only to 16%, which would generate just at most $500,000. Whereas, say if we were to increase it, doubling that to 8%, bringing it up to 20%, please correct me if I'm wrong, would the number stand that it would project to be 0.9 million to 1 million? Okay, and that's again, if we just keep one hotel. But if we build another hotel or maybe 2 or 3 in different types of hotels throughout the city, whether it be, Macerich, Macerich's property at Los Cerritos Center and the 20 acres, or even right here across the street at the Cerritos Town Center. I know that staff has been creative, and initially when we had these conversations a year ago, and I appreciated that dialogue. It's been since then about a year, and we really haven't seen movement on that. So I'm not upset. I'm just want to nudge people along, because I think the one paragraph on page 6 starts to describe the potential, but it really falls way short of the real potential if we were aggressive about this.
And if I may, Councilmember Polito,
thank you.
and respond to some of your questions. So yes, you are correct. We have initiated conversations with multiple property owners in the city, Macerich being one, at Los Cerritos Center,
Thank you.
also at the town center. Staff has conducted numerous site visits to hotels and other areas to get a feel for the types of product that we want to attract to Cerritos. We've met with a number of hotel developers. There's a lot of interest in hotels in Cerritos. However, what we found in those conversations is that there's some developers are unsure about the market, in terms of the numbers, the dollars that could support a hotel use. We know intuitively that from our own experience that it's desirable. So toward that effort, staff, I've commissioned consultant Cosmont companies to prepare for the city a hotel market study. This is something that hotel developers typically need in their hand for them to get funding for like a construction loan, for example, before development. So to help aid in that process, we've conditioned a market study that basically does the work to prove with actual data that there is market demand for new hotel space in Cerritos, and that we believe that will help streamline and facilitate, make it quicker and easier for a hotel to be developed in Cerritos. So that process has now begun. It's underway, and we hope that will help entice additional development. We did, thanks to our team here, research the answer to your question about when the last TOT update was approved. It was March 2015. And additionally, TOT in surrounding cities include Buena Park at 12%, Anaheim at 15%, Artesia at 12.5%. And those are the data points that I have at this point to report.
Okay, it'd be good to know, like Norwalk, since they're just north of us and they're, along the 5 freeway.
Norwalk is at 10%.
10. Okay, got it. And also in your staff research to find out which ones are currently considering increases, because I'm sure they're in a similar situation as we are, and probably always eager to optimize potential revenue. Thank you. I appreciate that, the communication behind the scenes in order to get the answers to that. Thank you. All right. Those are the only questions that I have at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff. Appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Yes, some of my questions are maybe answers to help my colleagues with their questions. So I can see Councilmember Hong's concern in the dip of our sales tax that she had mentioned. However, though, if we were to go with the TUT, the revenue outcome would still be significantly higher, though, than a utility user tax, parcel tax, TOT, correct?
Yeah, based on the estimates that are in the table on page 7, the transactions and use tax at 1% would yield approximately $19 million. That's much higher than the ranges that were noted for the other items with the other potential revenues. If we were to go higher than 16% on a TOT, it would yield a higher amount, as was noted by Councilmember Polito. A parcel tax, we put at $100 to $200 as potential on a per parcel tax amount. But if the council wanted to go higher, it would yield that a proportionately higher amount. But the 1%, our estimate with our consultants' assistance is at 19 million, which is the highest of the options that are presented.
So like even if the HDL projections came out lower, we would still be ahead, correct? All right.
That's
so
correct.
I know there were concerns too on costs of consultants. I commend our staff, for their professionalism and knowledge. However, consultants, I believe, are really the experts in the field that we need to have help us become successful. I think maybe the analogy then would be for all five of us here, we have all ran election campaigns many times for all five of us, more than 3 times at least, and we still seek out consultants to run our campaigns. So that that's the analogy I wanted to bring to you guys, that you still need that expertise to help us become successful. And as it was mentioned, Trepepi Smith is renowned in the field of municipalities to help other cities become successful. And I think if you were to consult with colleagues from other cities, they have sought out assistance from consultants, our neighboring cities, especially Artesia, Bellflower, Hawaiian Gardens. I also know that there was concerns about maybe the percentage of a sales tax or what you had brought up. I don't think we're there yet. I mean, I think the thing here is that we need to get a community budget task force. That's where we're going to listen to where the concerns are, our own residents. We are just going to help try to move this forward and rely on our consultant, rely on our neighbors to help decide what is best moving forward for the city. They feel that certain, and correct me if I'm wrong, Robert, maybe if they felt like there was a need to cut, would they be a part of that conversation?
Yeah, so the goal is with this resident budget task force is to hear directly from a cross section of members of our community and get them engaged, share with them the concerns, the forecast, the outlook that we've shared with you this evening, illustrate that for them, and then get their take on recommendations on what actions the city should take. I've heard a variety directly from many residents over the past several weeks, that they share concerns about the city's fiscal position, but they don't want to see any particular services cut.
Oh.
So if there's no interest in cutting any services, then we have to look at supplementing our revenues to still provide those services.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor, may I
Thank
have
you.
some more questions?
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson. Councilmember Hong, go ahead.
Thank you. Just thought about another questions. Okay, I know we do put in the budget for new hires. Are we already fulfill all the full-time position, or we are still have to hire more people and adding more full-time person?
We have a number of existing budgeted positions that are vacant. Our Human Resources Division is actively working to fill those positions to help provide for existing services. So, in fact, some of the line items that are in Exhibit 2 to the staff report, those are reductions in regular earnings, and that has to do in part because we've had vacancies for at least part of the fiscal year for some staff positions. So we do have some full-time positions that are currently vacant that we're working to fill. And some of it is due to the fact that some people have been promoted and then their former position has been vacated.
So this is already into the consideration during your mid-year budget deficit?
We've already accounted for the fact that some positions were vacant, and so we reduced the expenditure estimate to account for that time elapsed that where the position was vacant. We assume the position will still be filled, but some portion of the fiscal year had no salary expenditure for those positions.
I see. Secondly, do you have a number, or maybe Peter, do you have the number how much money we spend on the using consulting fees for this year? I'm curious. I want to know how much money the city has already spent on using all the consulting.
We have many consultants in different departments that provide professional assistance in a variety of capacities. We would have to come back with a compilation. I don't know if there's any initial rough estimate. It's every department uses it. City of Cerritos is a contract city. We have many employees who do certain tasks, but there are additional tasks that we're not equipped to do with in-house staff. So we contract for services to be done by others, and many of those include professional consulting in a variety of capacities.
Yeah, I understand that because there's no way we can have all the stuff that understand all the tasks. But I just want to know a number, like, is it possible I can pull some numbers for how much we have spent? Just overall as a consulting fee.
If the council directs, we can provide information on that amount.
I would like to have this report if possible. Thank you.
Mayor, I have one question.
Councilmember Say.
Thank you very much. Under your recommendation number 3, provide direction regarding potential reduction of the deferral select city council program or event. This is not a program. We're back on the Magnolia Power Plant. We're losing money there and supposed to gain the money. Has staff have any plan focus on that matter?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Tsay. We actually, as it happens, we have initiated a contract with an outside entity who is looking at the financial forecast for the electric utility, and we'll be coming with recommendations to staff, and then ultimately we'll provide recommendations to the city council as it relates to the possible disposition of the Magnolia Power Plant and the electric utility. I don't have information and recommendations this evening, but it is something we're actively studying, and we'll come up with recommendations at the appropriate time.
I missed the number 3 again, the 5K and the Uber ceremony things. As far as I was told the last time we were discussing, we don't want to run in negative. We want to make the cost even. And I can see that we are looking for the vendor to support that program with any possible how so far doing it right now. The Uber's coming soon, right?
UberFest is currently scheduled for an event in April at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. And the council has allocated a $30,000 contribution as a sponsor of the event.
Do we looking for the vendor too? I mean, we do have vendor, but do we make some revenue back and use the facility, use the area?
For that event, it is a privately operated event by the UberFest organizers. They have more expenses, and there's also revenues coming in from vendors. But as was approved by the city council with the budget, the city's contribution for that event is $30,000.
That we're from our end.
Yes.
And the 5K.
No, this was already.
Yeah, they decided. I understand
this
that.
was already asked and answered by Councilmember Polito. There was a conversation.
Oh, sorry about
between
that.
Councilmember Polito and Annie Hilton and the city manager, but you can continue. But this was already asked and answered.
Okay, thank you. I guess that was time I went to the bathroom. Okay, so I guess we can improve with that part. Thanks again.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, let's move on to public comment. We've had some people patiently waiting to provide public comment. So I will now open for public comments on this item. I had names under public comments and now they're gone. For item 9C. Yeah, I mean, Mel Cortez and Jay Gray, whoever wants to go first. I had the names on the list, but now they're gone. You know what happened, Aaron? I don't have any speakers under item 9C, but it's Mel Cortez will be speaking, then Jay Gray, but I'm supposed to have a list, and it's gone. Thank you for waiting.
And thank you for having us here. I read the agenda report. It looks like the city's in trouble. We're in trouble because we're the city. So we see that there need to be cuts. It's funny that how the agenda report mentioned the UBE and the 5K, 30,000 and 14,000. The UBE Fest is coming up already, but that's $30,000. The 5K, 14,000, that's probably easier to cut. But if this is a real emergency, that the city really is losing money and they will be really underwater with all the money that is not coming in, I will make those cuts to show the residents that we really are in trouble. If the small things are not cut, the residents say, you're not in trouble. I will think, well, it's not really an emergency because we're not making any small cuts anywhere, especially things that the staff recommended. CCPA, it's always like this. The revenue adjusted down again. Every year in May, say, yeah, we're gonna have 7 million, 8 million, and at the end of the year, it's not the projected revenue. So according to the agenda report, CCPA, the adjusted revenue is going to be down again, and ticket sales. It's not, the CCPA is not what's bringing money, it's what draining the city. If city really wants to put a tax anywhere, first, show that you mean it by start doing something to CCPA, because we keep losing money every year. Taxes, like George Bush said, read my lips, no new taxes. The voters will not approve it. If you're thinking only about taxes, you know that the voters will not approve the taxes. We'll make sure that they don't approve them as long as CCPA is there. Find different ways to adjust the revenue. I think it'll be easier to approve the hotel tax than anything else. We know that it won't be approved. You saw how many people signed the petition for the water, 6,400, and the people that were here. So think about something different that doesn't have the word tax. If you add a utility tax, won't be approved. Sales tax won't be approved. Right now, the sales tax for Cerritos is 9.75. The county is having a 0.5% sales tax in June. That will make it 10.25%. And if the city adds a sales tax later on, 1% was recommended, maybe less, but it will be 11.25, the highest in the state, along with Lancaster and Palmdale, 11.25% sales tax. You know that's not going to be approved, so we have to find different ways to get money by making cuts, and also consultants. It says cut. Other recommendations, cut. Let's spend $75,000 in consulting. Cut, but let's give $75,000 to somebody else. So that doesn't make sense that we are in an emergency, we need money, but we're not spending money somewhere else, and we're not willing to make the cuts that we need. Show the residents that you really mean that we're in trouble by making the cuts that hurt you and us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jay Gray.
Good evening, Council. Jay Gray. I'll try not to duplicate a lot of what Mel had said there. So basically, I just want to start off. well, first I will duplicate a little bit of what he said. Taxes aren't going to pass. We beat Measure C. You've seen what happened with the water rate increase, how, the number of people that were inspired to turn out to say they didn't want that. So you got to come up with another solution or other solutions. I mean, basically, taxes are the default solution when unqualified politicians lack the competence to solve problems. So all of you have experience, whether it's in business or serving in the public for many years. So let's just assume that you are qualified. So let's take it from there. So you should be able to solve this problem without having to deal with taxes. Macerich was mentioned at the mall. They're going to redevelop that. You know what's going to happen. I was just showing an article not long ago talking about demolition coming up. That's going to bring in plenty of sales taxes. If you're concerned about sales taxes, you wouldn't be rezoning property over off of South and Bloomfield from from commercial to otherwise, where it's not going to bring in those sales taxes. Sorry, bear with me. Reserves, it's about actually somewhere around $116 million. Yeah, special revenue funds, restricted funds, everything else. But along with the restricted funds, there's also expenses that go along with those restricted funds where that money is going to be spent from. So the reserves are definitely much healthier than we're being told, and it's always been that way. And we heard the last time when Measure C came up about 6 years ago, the sky is falling, you got to raise sales taxes. And we had one of the council members at the time admit on camera during the meeting the money was just going to go into the reserves anyway. Sure enough, the sales tax didn't pass. The staff redid the budget, and magically we were fine again, supposedly. So I'm sure it's the same smoke and mirrors there. Performing Arts Center, Magnolia Power Plant continues to come up. I think first time I was out this way in council meetings was around 2011, maybe a year or two before that. And, Performing Arts Center, Magnolia Power Plant continues to be the biggest drain on the city, but yet the least priority from staff, the city manager, city managers, council members. Until you address that, you're always going to have some sort of problem. So, you got to get real and you got to address it. And, I'm curious, I haven't heard, but I'm curious how much reimbursables from money that's spent on grants that's got to be reimbursed that hasn't been collected yet, that's not reflected in the revenue, that's just sitting out there waiting to get collected. How much, if any, is that on there? So again, you got to come up with other solutions besides tax. I mean, this is California. Taxes. At some point, you're going to break the city. You're going to break your residents down, which I think you're already at that point. No matter how supposedly affluent this city is compared to other cities, towards LA from here that don't have the economics that Cerritos has. So with the budget that you have, you got to be able to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the one written comment submitted by the deadline for item 9C. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, my apologies. Before we continue the discussion, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out an error that was noted during the discussion that we just had as it relates to some of the mid-year adjustments. On page 18 of the report and the list of the mid-year adjustments, there was one unfortunate inadvertent error related to a City Council expense. The account number here is 110-141-61130. That's for, 61430, right below that's for professional services. It shows an adjustment, a downward adjustment of $260,000. Unfortunately, there was an entry error in our budgeting system. That adjustment should have been for $7,500, not $260,000.
Okay, and I just want to thank Mr. Stephen Shea for submitting his public comment. regarding item 9C? Seeing no further speakers, I will close the public comment period. So there's been a robust conversation going on here. And thank you for everybody's input throughout the chamber. But what I see is it's the information, the best information available to City Hall that's been shared with the City Council is PowerPoint number 3 and PowerPoint number 4, which shows that over the next 10 years, going forward, the past is the past. It's water under the bridge. The next 10 years going forward, general fund expenses are always going to be more than general fund revenues, millions of dollars every year. It looks like it's going to be even maybe not just 7 figures, it's going to be 8 figures. And that's why PowerPoint number 4 shows that our general fund is going to hemorrhage from green to yellow to red to negative. I don't even understand how our city could continue operating as a city in 31, 32, 32, 33, 33, 34, 34, 35 with negative numbers in our general fund reserve. Someone's going to have to explain that to me at another time because we're not going to talk about that now. How could you have negative numbers in a general fund reserve? So PowerPoint number 3 and 4, respectfully to my council colleagues, we have to do something. We can't do nothing. So first is City Manager, can you please redistribute to the City Council the memorandum to the Mayor and the City Council dated May 23, 2025, survey of occupancy tax rates of cities in the surrounding region. It showed that the highest TOT in the region is 15%, the lowest is 8%. You surveyed 20 cities. Please redistribute that. Okay?
I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so then I was listening to you, Drew. You said that more than half of revenues is from non-residents. Okay? So, it's important to for the City Council to make an informed decision about revenue options, including a sales tax measure or a transactions and use tax. If we can be more accurate in statements. Thank you for sharing, though, that in the city of Cerritos and our 40 million plus sales tax revenue we get, ballparking it, more than half of that comes from non-residents. But more specific than that, the City Council was told on December 11 that our sales tax consultant, HDL, informed us that 80.1% of sales tax revenue comes from non-residents. So tonight, you're telling us more than half, which could be 50% plus 1. So do we trust ADL? Do we trust HDL? HDL told us on December 11, the city manager's office shared it with the City Council, on December 11 that 80.1% of the city of Cerritos receipts of sales tax revenue, 80.1% comes from non-residents. If that's accurate, then that means, you know, we have a ton of non-residents coming in that we get our sales tax revenue that we're spending on our residents. Okay, so what is the number? Because today on the PowerPoint to the council and to the public watching, we told them more than half. You told us 80.1% on December 11th.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So yes, as our sales tax consultant, HTL, has advised, the current breakdown of the current 1% sales tax that the city gets today is the roughly 80%, 20% ratio. 80%.
Okay, so next time, put that in the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But-
Thank you. Okay, so also what I'm waiting for so we can make informed decisions, the city council can make informed decisions, is the part-time staffing study. I've expressed that multiple times. I'm waiting for that part-time staffing study so this council can make informed decisions. Okay? I'll say it again. Give us the part-time staffing study. It's been months. Lastly, SB 346 passed. Okay, I wrote a letter in support of that because part-time SB 346 was signed. SB 346, the Short-Term Rental Facilitator Act of 2025, was signed into law on October 13, 2025. Okay? It authorizes local governments to require platforms like Airbnb and VRBO to report detailed data on short-term rentals so cities can enforce local licensing and prohibitions and collect TOT. So let's get up to speed on that. I wrote a letter to the governor asking him to sign it because it's a fact that we have illegal short-term rentals in our city. And let's do code enforcement on that. But let's also collect the TOT because they're not mutually exclusive. Those Cerritos property owners that are breaking the law and doing short-term rentals, which are prohibited in Cerritos, we need to, as long as that's the law, we have to enforce the law. We have to shut down the short-term rentals, but we also got to collect the TOT after the fact. Okay? So let's, it's been signed into law since October 13, 2025. Has the city done anything in that regard, city manager?
The city continues to do code enforcement activities, but we have not sought revenue from any potential unauthorized short-term rentals that may have occurred.
Well, it's not collect revenue, it's collect specifically TOT. So let's go after those lawbreakers for the TOT. They didn't pay us. They made money illegally. Let's collect the TOT and let's shut them down, as long as that's the law of the land in Cerritos. Okay. Does the city council have any other additional questions or comments? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristen, Drew, and Peter, for the report. What we're facing as a city is not unique to Cerritos. We see it in other cities. Plain and simple, surrounding cities, including Cerritos, are facing declining revenues while costs continue to rise. And this council is committed to maintaining essential services for our residents. In fact, recently I talked to a city manager from Commerce, and I also watched the meeting from Calabasas. Both cities are moving forward with a transactional use tax to help better serve their residents. And our city relies heavily on sales tax revenues. So fortunately, our city already has a strong sales tax generator like the Cerritos Mall and the Auto Square. Other cities want what we have, and other cities don't have those opportunities of huge sales tax generators. So now the question becomes is how do we maximize the revenues being generated in our city and then using those revenues and reinvesting it back into the community? Staff has provided options for us. The revenue option that will bring in the most money to the city is the transactions and use tax, which is a sales tax. This option has a potential to bring in $19 million a year and has the least impact on our residents. I realize that our residents are just beginning to feel the impact of the recent water rate increase, and now we are asking residents to consider a sales tax as well. And I get it, that is a lot for families to absorb all at once. But just like the water rates, this council cannot kick the can down the road and risk running into deficit spending. But fortunately for us, this Auto Square and the Cerritos Mall are successful. Other cities have had to close their malls, but we have not. And yet we still maintain one of the best malls in the region. And the beauty of that is the sales tax is paid by almost 80% of non-residents. So people love—
Over 80%.
Over. Yeah, I think it changes, Mayor
That's
Yokoyama.
the last numbers we got
I know,
on December
on
11th.
a daily basis. That's why I don't think they're able to say it.
Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. People love shopping and dining in Cerritos. So people move into Cerritos because of the amenities, the programming, quality of life, and that it is a safe city to live in. This council is committed for making sure we continue to provide those essential services. Our services keep this city the jewel of the Gateway region, but it comes at a price. Yes, we can continue to operate without a sales tax. I get that. But that is what happened when the 2020 sales tax failed. We continued on without it, but what happened? Deferred maintenance, capital improvement projects were not done. City started to look run down, and we already saw what would happen to our water wells. So that's not where we want to go. Without a sales tax, we may have to cut tree trimming or fixing our trees and sidewalks. That's not where we want to go. So surrounding cities in the Gateway region have been proactive, and their residents saw the need to capture a 1% sales tax. Some of those cities have a high population of senior citizens, and those cities have still been able to increase public safety, senior programming, and address infrastructure because of a sales tax. What I really appreciated from the staff report is that we are engaging with the community by creating a resident budget task force. So looking back, perhaps this is something maybe we should have done with our water rates, but we can't keep looking back. We need to move forward and do better. So this task force will help provide feedback, and we'll be working closely with our staff and our consultant. We want residents to have a voice, and this task force will do just that. I want to hear from our residents. This will help me decide on how we will move forward. Perhaps there's even a way to address the water rates by having a sales tax. But that is something this task force will discuss, and I appreciate staff recommendation on this, so thank you. So tonight, we're not asking to move forward to placing a sales tax on a ballot. That's not what we're doing. We're choosing a revenue option. And if that's an option the staff recommended was a sales tax option, then with that, it will allow staff to move forward with a resident budget task force. So no decisions are final until we hear back from the task force. Now, if no revenue option is selected, the reality is that we'll have to cut services. Then the question becomes, what are we willing to cut? I know I've heard, let's cut here, let's cut, but I've not really heard what you're willing to cut. I don't think cutting a few thousand here for a consultant or a few thousand here for a 5K is what is going to fix our deficit. We're going to have to cut something big, like the whole sheriff's department is like 19 million, and we are never going to cut that. But that's what you're looking at. You have to come up with a cut that is in the millions, not these little pick and choose $1,000 cuts. So that's what I'm asking my colleagues. What you guys want to do? You want to move forward with a resident budget task force? Maybe they'll come up with solutions, or we just move it, and then that way we get two budgets, a budget with a sales tax and a budget without a sales tax? Or do you want staff to just present as a budget with no sales tax, and there's going to be huge cuts on there? Isn't that right, Robert? Thank you. That's my comments.
Do you have any other questions or comments?
No, that's it. Thank
Does
you.
does the city council have any other questions or comments?
Yes, I do.
Councilmember Hong?
Yes, thank you. Regarding the sales tax, it's not much affecting the Auto Mall, right? Auto Square, I'm sorry. It's Auto Square because most of people buy the cars based on their residential address. So if they're in Orange County, they're still paying Orange County wherever they live. Probably just the cost and maintenance that they can collect the sales tax. Am I right?
That's correct. So the purchase of a new car is handled differently than buying something at your local retailer. It is based in part on where the purchaser lives, and it's based on the local sales tax rate of their residence. Peter, do you want to expand on that based on conversations with HDL?
Yeah, I'll just add that there are two different sales tax, right? There's the 1%, which is called the Bradley Burns tax, is what we receive today, and what all local government agencies receive. And then we have what we're discussing, a potential transaction and use tax. There are some different rules as it relates to some purchases, particularly automobiles. So when it comes to a transaction and use tax, the place of residence of the person purchasing that vehicle comes into play. However, any cars purchased within the Cerritos Auto Square, we still do receive the 1% Bradley Burns tax. And that's why out of our current sales tax that we receive, about a third of that is generated through sales at the Auto Square.
Thank you, Peter.
Any other questions? Sophia?
I agree.
Councilmember Say?
I agree that Mayor Pro Tem has talked about what are you going to do? 19 million is a good thing to do if you increase 1%. But however, we also have to, bring to the same consensus with the community people and our city staff. 1%, yeah, solve the problem. Every year we go up there and we do, but we have to think about resident looking at on the both sides. What does it come to mutual agreement? I agree with the recommendations, have a consultant. We really need it for this kind of thing. You need someone to help you. That was win-win situation. I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, the last time we have former councilwoman, which is Mayor 2, Ms. Carol Chen, who she came, presented to us, recommend the sales tax. If I remember correctly, back when they brought this sales tax increase put on the ballot to vote, she voted for no. If your staff can find that, I don't want to blame the wrong things in there. If she
wasn't on the council at the time.
I'm sorry?
Carol Chen was not on the council at the time.
Was not for the tax increase? She was not? Okay, I want to apologizing. Because she was suggested, I was so surprised that in general speaking, she always against all the, rate increase on the residents. But however, increase sales tax, I never against that, but the percentage is not an issue. And we're not going to talk about that. Whole thing we talk about today is we want the task force. We want the people to come to help us, to make the right decision, get the community involved. That's why I support that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I support this very much on this but I do say before, we need to look both ways. You have expenditure, you have revenue, but it becomes so far apart. No matter what, you're going to make more revenue, but again, the expenditure had to look at that again, had to be balanced up. And That's my answer here for tonight. I like the recommendation here, but I do want to staff also take a look on that, both sides, not just only one way.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Any other questions or comments? Okay, so do we have a motion? Please be very clear on whatever motions you're making.
Mr. Mayor, if I may I go through each staff recommendation individually as separate votes?
You have the discretion to make your motions.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and make motions.
And for the council's ease, it's recommendations from staff are listed on page 13 of the agenda report.
you.
They're numbered 1 through 7.
Thank you. Alrighty. My first motion is number 2 of the staff recommendation to ratify the previously approved budget amendments executed during the second quarter of fiscal year 25-26 as detailed in the attached budget adjustment log and approve the proposed fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget amendments as presented in Exhibit 2.
Second.
And just to clarify the motion, would that include the correction noted by Mr. Kemp this evening?
Yes, that would. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Let's vote.
Excuse me, shouldn't we have the correct number after that, or you just gonna go for it?
Yes, I believe the correct number was 7,500.
7,500.
The motion passes on a vote of 4 to 1.
Okay. Next is staff recommendation number 3, provide direction regarding potential reduction or deferral of selected. You know what, I'm sorry, I'm going to retract that motion. I'm going to go ahead with recommendation number 4, provide direction regarding further evaluation or advancement of a 1% transaction and use tax, including consideration of its potential to offset costs and provide flexibility for future water and sewer rate relief.
That's not a motion. Do you want to chime in on this, city attorney or city manager? Number 4 and number 5
Yes.
are asking the city council to provide direction. So is there any specific directions from the council?
I'll rephrase my motion.
Okay.
All right. My motion is then to direct staff to further evaluate or advance a 1% transaction and use tax, including consideration of its potential to offset costs and provide flexibility for future water and sewer rate relief. That's my motion.
What does advancement mean? To direct staff regarding further evaluation or advancement. What does advancement mean?
It would mean to continue to conduct research, which could involve other items that are listed in additional recommendations, and to report back on the possibility of this moving forward potentially for consideration by the electorate. But at this time, continue to evaluate and provide information, basically selecting this item over other potential revenue sources at this time.
Yeah, and if I can add as well that this is not placing any measure, anything on a future ballot. It's just to advance the research and also include a possible polling amongst residents.
So is this bringing back an agenda report to the city council, this motion?
We will report back with an agenda report, and that can be part of the motion after we have had community conversations and collected additional data from the community.
Are those community conversations part of motion number, this motion, or are we talking about item number 6? When you say community conversations, does Mayor Pro Tem's motion include community conversations?
Yes, it would include those dates in April that were noted in the slide presentation.
Wait.
Correct?
We will bring back if number four is to further evaluate the possibility of advancing a TUT of 1% or of a lower percentage than 1%. We would bring back a more detailed report on approximately how much it would bring in per year on an annual basis. It is estimated at 19.1, but what percentage breakdown of residents versus non-residents would be able to absorb which amounts, as well as surveys of what other cities have already enacted a sales tax, TUT. We are the lowest in the county. Currently, our neighbors have all surpassed us in terms of the sales tax rate. And so all of that information will be further provided to you if you would like further information on exploring this and potentially other revenue sources like a TOT. We can bring back additional information on that as well.
And it will also allow staff to start engaging with residents, not separate from the resident budget task force. It's engaging residents with the April meetings. So it's all just trying to move forward. Other than that, it would be a no vote and we just do nothing. Then we would have to start cutting. So that's all I'm asking. If you guys are going to entertain at least a motion that would allow staff to start doing some work.
Does this give enough clarification? Does it give enough time to work with the resident budget task force?
It will. That's a separate motion. That will be a separate motion.
But then, when we're talking about the 1%, I mean, not really exactly the rate, but we have to get a consultant help along with the resident budget task force, because that's, am I right?
Those are separate recommendations that
I
are
know
not
you
yet
say
on the
separate next, but
floor.
they kind of related to though.
They could be related if they are approved by the council.
Yeah, because that's all we want the resident get involved task for.
Yeah, we want our residents to get involved.
Yes.
And so that's why this motion is going to allow staff to engage with residents, hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I want to
Well,
hear
you
that.
know.
Yeah, I think so. Then we'll go pooling. Yeah.
Do I have a second from you then?
Second.
Okay. We vote?
Does it move?
The motion passes on a vote of 4-1.
Thank you. I also like to provide, give direction to staff regarding the incorporation of a dual budget planning framework into development of the forthcoming fiscal year budget.
Second.
Thank you.
What direction are you giving them?
Yes, to do a dual budget planning framework. You have budget A, okay, and budget B.
So we're giving them that direction
Yes.
today, this early.
To prepare one.
At this point in our fiscal year, we are now telling them to prepare for the budget process of 26-27 to incorporate a dual budget planning framework.
Correct, yes.
Excuse me, I have a question. So are we going to do it through our own, or we need consultants doing that?
No, this would not require a consultant. This would be done by our team, our
Internal?
budget team, working with all the departments to present a default amount and then an alternate amount.
Okay, thank you.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, colleagues. And this one I'm excited about, to direct the city manager to convene a resident budget task force. Let's get the resident
Second.
input. Thank you.
Still have a question, same question. This one, you do need help from the consultant, right? You do need help from the consultant.
If the council does not provide direction related to a consultant, in other words, if a consultant extension is not approved, I would still move forward and we would facilitate the meetings just at the staff level. I think they would be further assisted with some outside help, but if the direction of council is not to pursue outside help, we will do so just with internal staff.
Thank you.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And last is to approve the extension of the existing contract with Trepepe Smith for an additional amount not to exceed $75,000 and authorize a corresponding budget amendment for a new allocation of funding from existing general fund reserves. Thank you.
The motion passes on a vote of 4-1.
I just want to say, Mr. Mayor, if I can, address my colleagues. These are hard decisions to make. We don't want to be a council where we are taxing our residents, but yet, we also want to be the council that's going to leave a legacy that is going to show that our city is going to be the jewel of the Gateway region. We are going to improve services. We're going to improve the city, the look of the city. So I'm really excited to see what we're going to be able to do. I've lived in Cerritos since 1971, and I tell you, the programming was so much more robust in those days. And it was the single reason why I decided to raise my family here, because of the programming at the parks, the programming at the library. But, we understand, revenues do start to decline and we can't provide those services. So that's why I look forward to really addressing this, the decline in revenues and how we can best serve our residents. It's really reinvesting in our city and best serving our residents.
Mayor,
Thank
can I
you.
say something too?
Councilmember Say.
Absolutely correct, Mayor Protein. My concern is being here living since 1977. Being here so long, so many programs that we have been cut. Even our children, they don't go. My kids, two mature adults living in Cerritos now, they have been saying a lot of programs we don't have when they were kids. They have to go to Lakewood. So I asked myself what happened. I even talked to Ms. Lopez. I said, what happened? We need to look into it. There's no way. I mean, we have to come out with some solution. And the solutions are very hard. It's tough. But we also get our community involved with it. So our decision not just made by us. We work together as a team. You take the challenge and say, you know what, let it go. We're not going to do anything about this. How long the reserve money can stay there? And I'm worried about it. And I'm worried about the city. It's going to be run down more. And we can see some of the area needs some repair. Where's the money? You do, and people say, you have money, those investment money, you can take it. You can't. Everybody has home, you all have some money there, save for emergency. But we don't have emergency. And the issue is not really from us. I don't want to blame the previous or the staff. I'm just saying the problem is there. We have to take action. The action sometimes hard. It's unpredictable. You take the chance. We lost one time already. We lose it versus the local city has been taken. They are, I think, 10.5, and we are 9.75. So this is a huge difference, and that revenue could have come to us. If the previous council member made that change, we will not be like this today. Unfortunately, it is fact, and we are the one who have to handle it. It's not easy, but I think we have to work together and really hand to hand to help, to make this impossible to become a possible. We have to work with the people. I mean, even among us, we have to work together. That's my conclusion for this, supporting this 9C. And I read it so much, I even I could not sleep for 2 nights because that was a good proposal. You guys have all different possible things. But some of them you only get 0.5 million, and it's not cannot fit enough for us what we needed right now. This is tough. But thank you, though, staff, for your hard work.
Anything else, Councilmember Say?
Thank you, sir.
So I'm looking forward to hearing back from the city manager and City Hall about an evaluation of the 1% TUT because one way I look at it is, according to HDL, for every dollar of Cerritos resident sales tax, we're yet 500% back on that, because we're getting $5, not $1, from that Cerritos resident. So that's 500%. For those out there listening, we can get 500% on our sales, on our Cerritos residents' sales tax dollars back from a sales tax, from a TUT. And then the other thing is, not one city has regretted passing a sales tax measure.
Yes.
I don't know why there's anybody out there giving any unsubstantiated comments about negative consequences of a sales tax measure passing, because there's not one mayor or council member or city manager or city that I've talked to that regretted the sales tax measure that passed in their city, and they're getting millions, if not tens of millions of dollars extra every year, and they're celebrating all the way to the bank. They're taking care of their infrastructure, having their city events, and that's why when LA County gave an extra 0.25% to all of the LA County cities, Santa Fe Springs jumped on it, and they're already getting now an extra $4 million. And they passed, because they put on a sales tax measure to get a 0.25%, because they had already passed it to get the initial 0.75 cents. So they already got that 0.25 cent. They got $4 million after the November 25 election. They're getting $4 million plus a year just because of that 0.25% on top of the 0.75% they passed years ago, because they know something over there in Santa Fe Springs with Mayor Joe Angel. And Calabasas is going to do a special election to get their sales tax measure on a special election ballot, and they're willing to invest those dollars in a special election because they're looking forward to getting millions, if not tens of millions of dollars extra per year. Is it 7 figures or 8 figures, city attorney, that Calabasas is looking to get?
It's $5.3 million, I believe.
Okay. For a 1% TUT?
For 1% TUT for a city that makes $30 million in their annual budget.
All right. So they put that on as a sales tax measure. I mean, as a special election. Next on the agenda is item 10, legislative items. City manager, do we have any legislative items?
No, sir, we have no items under 10A or 10B.
Report from the city manager, item 11A. Does the city manager have a report?
Thank you. Nothing to report this evening.
City Council Communications, Councilmember Hong.
Thank you. I'll just make it briefly. I just attend 3 events. On February 28th is Seroptimus International fundraising. The theme is Return to Paradise. And the event came out very successful, and they appreciate our city's support as well. And the second one, I was attend on March 3rd, the Cerritos Chinese American Senior Citizen Association. That is on the February 28th, that the Chinese Cerritos Chinese American Senior Association, that is the celebration of a 2026 Lunar New Year's celebration. And the third one is the March 3rd, that this new event that we have, the city has, the Water Lantern Festival. That's the event I attend. Thank you.
Councilmember Say.
I'll bypass right now. It's 11:30.
Councilmember.
Nothing to report, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Okay. Thank you, council colleagues. Next on the agenda is item 12. City Attorney, will you please announce the closed session item?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we will not need to meet in closed session on item 12A. So again, no meeting.
Okay, so Captain Drew Strong, can you tell us about how 2026 is looking so far after we got the January and February numbers for residential burglaries compared to 2025?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. So in 2026, we're looking at right now 26 residential burglaries up to date. Last year, the same time, we had 46. We got hit pretty hard in January during the fires. So we're down 43% on the residential burglaries. Out of those 16 that we had in the month of February, I just want to point out a couple things that we noticed, ongoing issues that we've had. So the exterior lights on 5 of the residents were not on when the burglary occurred. 8 of the residents did not have a vehicle in the driveway. 15 residents did not have an alarm sign displayed. You can purchase them for pretty cheap online. And exterior security cameras, doorbell cameras, 9 of them didn't have them. Side and back gate unlocked, 5. That's most of our entries are being made through the side gate, and they're smashing the back windows or sliders on the house to get in. So really, if we can focus on locking those gates and keeping them secure. Also, 4 of them didn't have interior lights on during the hours of darkness. And then 12 overall did not have an alarm system at all. Interior security cameras, 15 didn't have them, but most homes don't have them by the time a burglar gets into the home anyways. By that time, they're pretty much committed anyways regarding an interior security camera. So I can't remember who asked earlier, but sunrise to sunset, so during daytime hours, 10 of those burglaries occurred, and the other ones occurred at night. So overall, it's been reduced to 43%, but we did see a slight uptick from 10 to 16 from January to February. So we're keeping our eye on that. We have had some success stories in regards to burglaries. First of all, in the beginning of this month, the first week, we've only had 1. But in addition to that, on Monday, February 9th, 2026, sheriff's deputies responded to 19,500 block of Star Circle. I won't give an exact address regarding a burglary now. During that incident, a homeowner was asleep and somebody was inside of his house. The person took off after burglarizing the home, and we located the individual down the street and arrested him. Also, on January 16th, there was a burglary on the 19,500 block of Rainbow Court in Cerritos. 6 burglary suspects were taken into custody on that particular incident. So we have captured a few individuals. I'll follow up with the deputy city manager on regards to the filing process on those individuals. But we're looking better right now than we were in the same point last year. But I do see a slight uptick, so we're going to continue on all of the measures that we put forth. We've seen a lot of success with making them priority calls, the audible burglary alarm calls with priorities. We're getting there faster, and we're able to apprehend more people. So we're keeping on with our response to the burglaries that we put together. We're seeing success. There's been a reduction, but we do keep an eye on the slight uptick.
Thank you, Captain Drew Strong. Please, thank you, and please thank the deputies for so far this year a 43% reduction in residential burglaries compared to last year. And thank you for pointing out those preventative measures. If you and Ryan Carey could remind neighborhood watch captains for distribution to their neighborhood watch areas about those preventative measures. It's always good to have that reminder that some of those residential burglaries regret that they did not do. Okay?
Yes, sir. I'll pass that on to the deputies, and thank you guys for your support.
Okay. All right. We will now adjourn the regular meeting. Thank you. Good night.